Good afternoon, everyone. We have a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Cape May. We are here in the Cape May City Hall Auditorium. Today is Tuesday, July 18th. The time is 2023. The time is now 3 o'clock. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Under the Open Public Meetings Law, notice of this meeting was sent to the Cape May County Herald and the Press of Atlantic City, and a copy of the agenda was delivered to each member of City Council and posted on the Cape May City website and Cape May City Hall Bulletin Board. Notice is hereby provided that Cape May City Council meetings are audio recorded and video streamed live. Live video streams are posted to the Cape May City website. The City of Cape May is not responsible if audio recording or live video streaming of a meeting is unavailable. Roll call. Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Here.
Councilmember McDade?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Mayor Mullick?
Here.
Councilmember Yeager?
Here.
City Solicitor Gillen Schwartz?
Here.
City Manager Bull?
Here.
Okay. Next, I think we're right into the Employee of the Month recognition.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. We here in Cape May have really outstanding employees that not only keep the town clean, they keep the town safe. And tonight we're going to recognize one of our people in our public safety component, matter of fact, two gentlemen, that were nominated by their peers to be Employee of the Month. And then in this incident that we'll talk about in a minute, you'll see that coworker was right there with him. So, Lieutenant, please step up. Lieutenant responded with a crew to 1236 Lafayette Street for a dumpster fire caused by varnish and floor sealant. Lieutenant Lag reached out to the contractor and smart contractor and found out that there was more combustibles in the building up on the second floor in a bag. And with his knowledge and knowing and training, I'm going to get to the point why we have this building saved. As firefighter Toller and Lieutenant Lag were going up the steps, they contacted with smoke. When they advanced up the stairs, they found an active fire rolling across the ceiling. If Lieutenant Lag didn't contact the contractor and learn about the combustibles on the second floor, the building would have been burned and caused catastrophe. We want to recognize also firefighter Toller, who's here tonight, in conjunction with Lieutenant. Lieutenant, congratulations. Here's your certificate. We'd also like to recognize Alex Toller, firefighter that was with him that day. And because the duty these guys perform not only saved that building, but it could have been a real catastrophe. As you know, in Cape May, if we get a building close to another one, we could lose a whole block. So thank you very much. God bless you. Keep up the good job.
We'll take a picture with the kids. Right. With the kids. Yeah, they came to see their dads. Yeah. With the kids in it. Yeah, there. Yeah, come on. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you all very much again. Next, we have a presentation on the Promenade Arches. Would Mr. John Becker and Tom Carroll join us here up here? And Curtis Bashall? Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're ready. Go, take it away, please.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As we know, a year ago or so, the city was undertaking a widening project, long worked hard for, on the space on the promenade between the arcade that I still call Frank's Playland up to the convention hall area. And there was an opportunity to...
The Taylor pork roll.
Taylor pork roll. Yeah, there you go.
Just the consistency.
It had been bandied about for many years that the old streetlights and the wires and the phone poles on the promenade were very unsightly. And is there an opportunity to clean it up? There were historical antecedents for that, in 1910, Cape May undertook its illumination project, as it was called at the time in the Star and Wave, by installing a series of arches across the promenade that enabled it to have lighting in an attractive manner. And those were in place along the Strand through 1944. I think the final ones came down. So the Fund for Cape May responded. We've enjoyed working in public-private partnership with the city to help raise private funds to undertake beautification projects, Rotary Park being one, Soldiers and Sailors Park being another one. And it was determined to do a demonstration project of 6 arches in the zone that was having work done last year. And those arches are now completed and light the way between Taylor Pork Roll and Frank's Playland. The fund has raised funds if there was interest in expanding the demonstration project further. And John Becker, our architect, who is a volunteer and has done a great job, can talk a little bit about the history and perhaps a suggested Phase 2 and maybe even a possible Phase 3. But I would like to turn it over to John now to go through some of the work that he put together, really understanding the history. I don't know if Mayor Elwell's here, but he put together a book from his postcard collection that shows just a ton of historical photographs of the arches that used to be along the promenade. So I'll turn it over to John now.
Great. So next week will mark 1 year since we presented these arches for the first time, July 27th, to City Council. So the illumination project that Curtis just referenced began in 1910. So this is just one of the images all the way up near Peter Shields and the Admiral Hotel, looking east of what some of those arches looked like at the time. And let's see, let's go back. Yeah. Yep. But the boardwalk varied in its width, so some of them were narrower and some of them were larger. This is looking a little also east from a little bit further down. Whoop, I don't know why this is doing this. Sorry, guys. Hold on, there we go.
Too fast.
Well,
We'll work backwards.
yeah, let's just go backwards. Okay, so this is now looking west in about 1914 from Queen Street down next to the residential section of Beach Avenue at the time. And again, looking west still, but now close to what was Convention Hall in the day. And then this is a great image that's a hand-colored photograph from the time that pictures the section that the new arches have been currently built, from which we were able to tell that between roughly Primal and where Primal is now and City Hall, there were 6 of them, which is what established the spacing for the current ones. But then sometime between 1920 and 1936, we're not sure, couldn't date this photograph. This is a photograph of we believe 1920 or 36. Huge nor'easter that came and basically destroyed most of them, if not all of them. And as Curtis said, we believe that the last one was removed in 1944 because they were built out of wood and not very structurally sound. So the new arches have been designed with a steel frame that's designed to withstand lateral forces and hurricane winds. And then, of course, cladding was put over them to produce the arches that we see today. But again, the inspiration for these came from the 1910 arches, so they're almost identical in their size and form. Now, fast forwarding 110 years, this was the conditions along the promenade last year before the promenade widening project occurred. And you can see that that section of the promenade was pretty much filled with utility poles, street lights, overhead wires, and after the phase one construction was completed, it's just a completely different image because what happened was when the widening occurred, we were able to bury conduit for the power lines and therefore remove the poles and the Cobra street lights. And of course, this is what we see today as they were decorated for the 4th of July with the bunting. So the phase one promenade arches, you can see just as a diagram where the 6 of them are currently located as indicated by the green rectangles, again, between Convention Hall and Primal. But let's look at a larger scale of the promenade that extends from Grant Street at the left end here to Madison on the right end. And in that, we can then see that those 6 arches are spaced 150 feet apart, and that's where they're located. And what's being suggested is potentially expanding them in phase 2 by adding 8 new arches, indicated in purple here, with 10 new arches, 8 of them to the west, extending all the way to Madison, but the spacing would be a little bit bigger, and adding 2 more just to the east of Convention Hall to frame Convention Hall and establish that rhythm so that the spacing, therefore, would be a little bit wider. 200 feet is being currently considered at the east end and 180 feet at the west end. A potential phase 3 would potentially be to add 6 additional arches that would extend them again at that 200-foot spacing all the way to the east and ending at Madison where the current promenade ends. Whoop. I don't know why this is doing this. So the design of the arches then would be in 2 different sizes. The one on the right is the drawing that was used to construct the existing 6 arches, and all the ones to the east would be that same size because the promenade is wide enough to accommodate them. However, to the west towards Grant, the promenade is narrower, so the smaller arches have also been designed to be roughly 17 feet wide to match the 2 different sizes, I don't know why, that were constructed back in 1910. So to conclude, a summary diagram that indicates where the existing phase 1 6 arches are, potential phase 2 by adding 10 more, and a potential phase 3 by adding 6 more as just a summary diagram of what we just presented. That's it.
Great. First up, I just want to say to you, John, you did all this work gratis, and I think even with a little malfunction going back and forth between the old photographs and what you did architecturally, it was kind of shows exactly how close they were scale-wise. I know one of the things that, of course, was requested from DPW is that they were a little higher to make sure any other equipment, any emergency equipment could get underneath of it or anything like that. So I think you just did a wonderful job putting that together, and I just want to thank you very much for your hard work and efforts on the project.
Completely my pleasure.
Thank you.
Zach, if I could just add to that.
Please.
He is doing not-for-profit volunteer work for a lot of organizations in town and also serves on the HPC. So you've got probably one of the busiest non-paid citizens turning out the best of work.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Tom. And Tom, I want to thank you as well, all of your work from the HPC, all of the work through the fund for Cape May with you, Curtis, Rotary Park, Soldiers and Sailors Park, just absolutely beautiful. And I just, I look forward to what we see in the future. I do know there's folks here from the public who would like to address this. If anyone would like to ask any questions, today is just a proposal. It's just to give City Council what they would like to see. We're not voting on anything this evening. I think you just saw that we're talking about phase 2, phase 3, but it will be up to council to consider these things, kind of talk about it, and bring back. What we would have to do is bid out for the actual work itself when it comes to the foundation and electric, much like we did for the first phase. But we do want to hear from the public and know how you feel. I think one thing you didn't mention in this is in the phase 2, I think there's 11 telephone poles that exist there today. And if you go through, which of course I've done and looked, it's not just the telephone wires on the promenade itself, but there's a lot of telephone wires that cross. In fact, you had that one photo. I don't know if you could bring that up. But there's a lot of wires that cross the street only to feed the lights themselves.
There you go.
That one there. Right. And this would be in the phase 2 area. You can actually see the arches, the existing arches in the background of that photo. But in any event, if anyone here from the public is looking to speak on this, we do have a couple other, we have the water plant update coming up here that I want to get you guys on. But if anyone would like to speak from the public at this time, please feel free to come to the microphone and state your name and address.
Thank you, Mayor Mullick. I appreciate you allowing us to speak in the middle of your meeting. My name is Edmund Shin. My family lives at 911 Beach Avenue. I'm an attorney. I also do pro bono work for my mother, and I'm happy to be here tonight to address some concerns that we have with this project. So, there's a residential section in Cape May which at times is lost because of the rental industry. But there are people who have had homes in the family for generations, and those are family homes. And while we share our homes and our front yards with the public, especially during the summer, they are our private homes and our residences. And so when a proposal like this comes about, we get concerned and we react with concern. And I think some of the turnout tonight is from unknown, right? If this is a project that's going to be expanded beyond the pilot, I think it would be really constructive to have a town hall meeting because most people just want to be heard. We can all live with the result if we've had the opportunity to be heard on this and we felt as though it's been open and transparent. I've made a list of some things that I take issue with this project, and it's very hard for me to go against the work that Mr. Bashaw has done in Cape May because I respect and admire most all of it. We owe a great deal to Cape May, to his vision. So it's hard for me to speak out against this project, but my family's house requires it. I believe that these light posts in the residential district to the east side of Howard Street present a nuisance. They obstruct views and diminish property values. I think there's a strong argument that it creates light pollution that is different than the current light posts. I see that there is a major difference between installing these arches in commercial areas, between the arcades, moving down in front of hotels, than in the residential areas. I also think that it sets a dangerous precedent where private funding and projects are able to be fast-tracked through public-private partnership. I believe that there's also the possibility for these privately funded projects to sidestep public bidding requirements. A municipality cannot act as an individual, particularly with respect, a municipality cannot act as an individual does, particularly with respect to real estate. It must proceed in accordance with statutes, common law, and ordinances. The promenade is akin to a public park. Where lands are dedicated as a public park, a landowner whose premises front thereon may seek to enjoin the use of it for a different purpose. There's case law on that. The promenade was built within the 75-foot right-of-way that is made up of Beach Drive and the promenade. Section 158-13 of the City Code provides that construction on Beach Strand shall have no permanent construction permitted on the beach strand except protective works undertaken by the city or the governmental authority. Beach strand is a defined term, and that is all areas to the south of the southerly sideline of Beach Avenue. I submit that the promenade is within the beach strand and is governed accordingly. I think that this could increase flooding risk. You're adding paving and impervious surface. You're adding concrete bolsters embedded down in the ground to support a steel structure. Yes, it's steel. It might withstand hurricane force. AZAC will not. Floodplain administrator is required to review this. I think there needs to be transparency on how that process works. The Planning Commission is required to hear this under Section 258-15. Section 258-18.3 provides that man-made alteration of sand dunes within coastal A zones, VE, and V zones, which would increase potential flood damage, are prohibited. It's my understanding that the city only got a review letter from the HPC under auspices of it being a city project, yet all the money is coming from a private source. Again, this sets a dangerous precedent, because what happens when it's not Mr. Bashaw and when it's something else? When these were originally constructed, they were also on street level. The promenade was on grade with the road. That's no longer the case. The Beach Strand and Dune Stabilization District only permits protective works. This is not one of them. Section 525-30 provides, quote, no permanent structure of any type except protective works shall be undertaken by the city. This is redevelopment, which this administration said it would not do. It reminds me of when George Bush I said, I will not raise taxes, I will not raise taxes, read my lips, I will not raise taxes.
This is not redevelopment, I'm sorry. Redevelopment is you know this very well. Redevelopment is a type of law, and you know very well that this has nothing to do with redevelopment. But I would just say, there are telephone poles there now. I would assume that you would believe that those are permanent structures. There's other permanent structures along the promenade that you're fully aware of that I won't go through the whole long list. So I'm not sure if you think that nothing should be built on the promenade, but I just have to say I think it's pretty obvious that there's permanent structures already there.
Well, you know, it's my understanding that I think that there's things that have been installed that maybe shouldn't have been installed. You know, it's my understanding that DEP approval on installed showers is being sought retroactively. Okay? These are sand dunes. These were to protect the homes and property in the city, and I think that the zoning code and zoning ordinance should be followed even by the city. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Zach, could I just respond to one thing that was brought up in this? When our two projects that we have done, this is the third one, but when Rotary Park and Soldiers and Sailors was done, it was turned back to the city 100% with this fund for Cape May having no ownership. We built it with the absolute best of materials for long lasting, but it's now a city property.
All right. I appreciate that. Anyone else from the public would like to speak?
Stacy Shan, 928 Columbia Avenue. My question is around, this is the last time, about a year ago, we had a presentation on the arches. And at that time, we didn't vote on it either, if it was a project or not. Matter of fact, council never voted on that project until after we received bills for putting the footings in. So my question to council is this going to be another one where we don't vote on it until after the bills are submitted and the project has already started?
Tonight, we're not taking a vote, but there will be a vote held, yes.
Okay, because
Just like there
last-
was last time.
Well, last time there wasn't a vote until after I questioned that we received a bill about putting in the footings for these arches. So the project wasn't voted on until after it had already started, beknownst to fellow council people. I also have a question is, these locations of these arches, is it going to be put down in writing where these arches are going to be so that people that have property are going to know if the arches are going to be right in front of their homes or not going to be in front of their homes?
Yes,
And when,
it'll be part of the resolution.
oh, so not until the resolution will we know exactly where the locations of these arches are going to be?
Well, we have to vote on something, so yes, there will be a resolution written with the locations, and that'll be voted on by council.
Okay, because last time, I'm just bringing this up, Zach, because last time it was not voted on that way, and that's why I'm asking.
It's on the screen right now, and I'm sure that slide will be made available to anybody that wants to see a copy of it. And if it were to be voted on, it would reference the block and lot street designations where they're going to be
Okay.
located.
Okay, because why I'm saying that again is this wasn't done previously for the arches that went in now. They were just put up without people knowing where they were going to be located.
I remember a presentation by Mr. Becker a few months ago saying exactly where they were going to be put.
That wasn't voted on. There was no resolution voted on until after the bills were done for the arches that are on there now.
So the recommendation would be that we will add this to the website as part of the meeting packet, Emily.
And that, I just ask that that it gets notified when they'll be voting on this resolution.
Anyone else?
Yes, I would love to speak. Good afternoon, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Let me find my glasses. Running around in the rain. I'm here to voice my concerns over these proposed arches and the placement, especially into the promenade east of Howard Street. And I'm most-
Excuse me, can you just state your
sorry,
name and
Anita.
address,
I
please?
forgot.
Thank you.
Anita Fennerty, 1001 Beach Avenue. Okay. And I'm mostly concerned that during storms, these arches can potentially cause huge property damage. My husband and I are longtime property owners in town. I stayed during Gloria in 1985. And I also was in residence when the January 4th storm of 1992 hit. And it came ashore without warning. We didn't have a forecast. I have a video of that storm with a 21-foot wave coming over the boardwalk, through Beach Avenue, the first block, and hitting my house. It splashed to the second floor. I have it on video. And this was after beach replenishment. In 1944, my husband was rescued by lifeboat from the porch of 1001 Beach, along with his mother and siblings. The tidal surge was almost 12 foot. It came to the first floor level of the beach. I have photos of a 100-foot-long section of boardwalk that the storm surge tore from its footings and deposited in the middle of Queen Street. Excuse me. Besides the storm sorry, I rushed here. Besides the storm surge during a hurricane, there's the threat of windborne projectiles. The projectiles are a major factor in home damage destruction during hurricanes. Penetration of the building envelope by windborne debris is directly responsible for many roof failures. If a window or door is breached on the windward side, there's the potential for catastrophic internal wind pressure to lift the roof, drop the ceilings, or blow out a wall. You'll have a hard time convincing me that the benefits of these arches outweigh the risks. Prolonged wave action will undermine the footings, the siding or veneer will come loose and become projectiles. During a hurricane, wind gusts can be expected to be 50% higher than a sustained wind speed. Means if we have 150 mile an hour sustained wind speeds, we can have gusts at 200 miles per hour. I don't doubt that your committee's taken steps to hurricane-proof the arches, but this climate of superstorms, I wonder if hurricane-proofing steps of today will be sufficient for tomorrow. I don't believe Cape May has ever had a direct hit from a major storm, but don't forget we were just 17 miles south of Superstorm Sandy when it made landfall. Sandy and Ian-type storms will become more commonplace. Warming ocean temperatures will continue to cause hurricanes to grow in size quickly, and there will be more and more superstorms in the future due to global warming. We believe the risks associated with placing these arches in Mother Nature's path far outweigh any benefits. We urge no arches east of Howard Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Hello. Roz Johnson, Lafayette Street, 826 Lafayette Street. Is the promenade public property?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand it's being funded by private individuals, but it is public property, and the public being the residents of Cape May. And my question is, when we have large projects like this, like the gentleman inferred to, when we have large projects like this, how does the council determine what the local residents feel about it? How is that determined?
These council meetings, of course, are a good start, but I certainly get my share of phone calls and emails and welcome anyone to do that, of course.
Okay, all right. But that's why I'm going to mention that in early spring, I got up and I proposed 2 town hall meetings a year, at which those town hall meetings, we would discuss projects that are in the making and projects that are in the future. As the gentleman said, I believe the local residents are just asking for knowledge of what is in the making so they can tell you how they feel. Because a lot of times I feel as though we're really not informed until after a project happens, and then we kind of have to backpedal. So
Can you cite an example of something that you felt like you didn't know was going to occur?
well, you know, I've come to, you've seen me, I've come to so many of this,
Right.
I come to almost every city council meeting.
Right.
And I feel as though there are resolutions and there's ordinances, and I don't understand them. You know, they're not in plain layman's terms. And that's why a town hall meeting in which we're not talking about passing ordinances and resolutions, which is necessary, of course, for the safety and well-being of our town. But I do feel as though the residents need to be informed more clearly, more on their level, what is happening, and what's going to be happening.
Of course, we have to pass resolutions,
Of course,
ordinances.
yes.
And we didn't really make up the way that a lot of ordinances
Yes,
are
of
written.
course.
I think our solicitor actually does a pretty good job of trying to make it readable and understandable for all. I can just assure you one thing. One thing, I know we're working on a fall town hall meeting. Okay.
Wonderful.
But there's nothing that we have in ordinances that we don't want the public to understand. I just want that to be very clear to everybody. I think most of the people in the room have my cell phone. I won't say it now, but if you want it after the meeting, I can give it to you. Everybody has my email. I get a ton of phishing scams every day because it's a public email. But I just want to make sure that people understand we are not here to hide anything. And if you have any question, please ask a council member. I asked you to cite a project because if you told me one, I would like to know, because I'd like to know what we didn't do. You know, I mean, when I look at the projects that we're doing, we're going to get an update very soon, update on our water desal plant. I can tell you right now, that's going to be an extremely expensive project that we got to get a lot of funding for. So maybe we can work on that for the Fund for Cape May. But we're going to need a lot of money. And the firehouse, you know, that's a project that we have going and hopefully won't be going much longer. We have the police department that we've bonded for, and that has a long process to go, but hopefully not that long. But you know, those are projects that we're working on. The promenade widening, I have to say, I think was very well publicized, very well put out there as much as we can. We don't have a advertising budget, and I'm not saying this to be, we don't have an advertising budget for council meetings other than putting it in the paper every time and letting people know. But Kiwanis Club Park is another project that we have going, the road projects that we have going throughout town. So I think we're the library right out here. So those are the projects that we have going, and I hope that people know that that's what we're working on. But if people don't, I invite you to ask questions, come to council meetings, email us, and you could call me and say, I'd like to know what projects you have going, Mr. Mayor. I'll bore you for half an hour if you'd like. And I mean that in all seriousness. Call us. That's what we're here for. And that's why we're up here, really.
And can I indicate something as a supplement to that? Just, and Roz, I hear your concern, and it sort of hurts me that the resolutions aren't readable, because I try to do my best to make it not legalese.
I read them more than once.
Sorry?
I read them more than once.
Okay. Well,
I go to the attachments and I read everything.
Unfortunately, it has to be in this form, but I'll give you an example of what I think council was trying to do. And I was criticized at the time, or at least council was criticized for the length of the resolution and the information it contained. But it was the resolution authorizing the agreement between the City of Cape May and the Fund for Cape May for the Arches. And if you go back to that resolution, I wanted to address a lot of the points that were raised tonight. I think the idea of, where's the DEP on this? Well, at the very beginning of that resolution, back in early 2021, we got a jurisdictional determination from the state on the promenade widening, which is the area where the arches were installed. So, and a lot of the groundwork that was laid for it was done very much in public, in the form of change orders and authorizations for conduit and the foundations. And that's kind of detailed in there, but I think council hears the comment, but I did want to point that out, that some of the comments that were made, we did receive a jurisdictional determination, and all these decisions, granted over a long period of time, but they were done in public, and that information is out there and was out there and was presented. So just from what I'm looking at, right?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
Yeah.
for the public's edification as well, every Friday before a council meeting, this entire packet that we receive ends up on the website as well. So, and you, again, I know we've talked a few times, and we are working on a town hall meeting as well. We understand the importance of that, but anybody in the public, everything is on the website. Every attachment, every ordinance, every resolution. Sometimes there are resolutions or ordinances that are added, but if anybody wants them read at the time of the meeting, we would do that as well. So we try to be as transparent as possible.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Russ. Sir?
I'll be really brief.
Thank you.
So I'm Ted Smith. I'm at 112 Queen Street, and I have extraordinary respect for Tom and for Curtis, and your work has been great. When I first saw the arches, I was uncertain as to how they'd turn out, and they were fabulous. They look really great. But I'm going to comment on whether there's a need for arches east of Howard Street. And the reason for that is when you go between the Taylor Pork Roll and the Convention Center, you're sort of framing that area with the arches architecturally, visually. And if you go a little bit west of there, again, you're cleaning up a lot of wiring. When you start to go east of there, and I ride my bike every day, and I come back in the morning and I get past that Howard Street traffic light, and I go, because you just see open sky and beach. And I'm afraid that it will inhibit a view. Additionally, I'm pretty certain that one of, if not the most photographed building in Cape May is the CMAS. And my fear is that it inhibits the people who take pictures of that. And you could make an argument, I guess, that it could also enhance it and frame it, but I think it would actually block it a little bit. The only other comment I'd ask, and this is just for you all to discuss, it's not for me to get an answer today, but from a funding perspective, relative to whether it would inhibit things like lifeguard contracts or public restrooms at the convention center that you had discussed at a taxpayers association last year, where you said that those are coming. Right. And I'm on the board of a private school that put in a beautiful landscape of a public section, spent a lot of money on it, and in hindsight, it was probably not necessarily the perfect use of funds. And so I just asked the question. So,
Thank you. I appreciate it. Before we finish this, I'd ask one thing, because we have a lot of people that are interested here. Is there anyone that would like to comment on Phase 2? Okay, Phase 2 is, to use the vernacular that we're using, between, Primal and the Primal and the arcade and Lifeguard headquarters. Would anyone like to specifically make a comment on Phase 2 while people are here? And I apologize, it does include at this point 2 on the east side. I will say it stops before, is that Queen? Yeah. Is that Jefferson? Jefferson, but thank you. It stops before Jefferson. Do I have any comment on that?
Maybe it would be easier to clean up Phase 2 if you modified it and gave us ample time to flush out what the town, the city residents feel about Phase 3. If you get rid of the 2 and you go towards Congress Hall with the Phase 2, I think a lot of this room would feel a deep sigh of relief. If you take those 2 that are on this side of the arcade going towards Jefferson off of Phase 2, and you focused on the other direction, I think that would perhaps make everyone feel a little bit better, at least in the short term.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on Phase 2? Not the police chiefs?
I'm just impressed with the new Taylor Pork Roll. I'm rock on.
I think he got hungry. Okay.
Hi, I'm Leslie Fogg. I'm at 108 Trenton Avenue. And just to give you my background, I will admit publicly, I was born in 1953. I've seen a lot of changes in town. I was here the day or two after the 1962 storm, saw the devastation there, saw the change on Washington Street to turn it into a mall, the historic landmark designation, everything that we went through for that. And there have been many, many wonderful changes in Cape May through the years, and the group here is part of it. I wanted to elaborate. I have many, many things to say, but I'll keep it short. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on what Roz said. My sense is it's more than just being informed. I think it's a matter of feeling that there's a voice. And I think that what makes this project a little different than others is that it came from the outside. It was not formulated, to my knowledge, by council. It is an outside project. And from that standpoint, I think that's frustrating for many residents in Cape May to feel that they do not have a voice. And I, for one, would have loved to have had some input in all of this. I appreciate the historic aspect. I know what we had once upon a time. I don't always believe that just because we can, we should, but we've already started this thing. It's happening. Oops, it happened, and we're going to continue to move on. The funding is there. I seriously object to the expansion to the east end. I think that it's a residential area and should stay residential. Were there arches there once upon a time? Yes. Do we have to do that again? No. I would be willing to support the movement of the arches into the commercial district of town. I think they look lovely down there. I live at the east end of town. I walk on the boardwalk a lot, and I forget which gentleman it was, referring to, looking out the open sky. The dunes that we have in Cape May City that we did not have years and years ago. I would just like to keep that end of town clean and keep us part of the discussion. And I think that ultimately it would be good to put this to the public and have them have a real voice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on Phase 2 only, please? Just so because I would like to hear about Phase 2.
Bill Sigger, Vermont Avenue. This just purely has to do with Phase 2. Is there a timeline from like today until groundbreaking? For
No.
this portion of the project?
No, there isn't. I mean, obviously, we don't want to be working on this in the summertime, so it would be nice to have whatever is decided. And again, just so everyone knows, this would come back before council as a resolution. But it'd be nice to be done before next summer, if that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
So there's still enough time to reach out and solicit for public input?
That's what we're doing right now.
Well, we kind of are, but we're doing it for people that can be here today. And I'm suggesting that you need to, not necessarily, hey, you have my phone number, why didn't you call me kind of response, but reach out to the taxpayers so that they're aware and solicit their input. Ask it to come in rather than, hey, nobody volunteered their 2 cents, so I guess they don't have it. So what I would suggest, if it's possible, whether it's in the next tax bill or whatever, that this project and any others that you think are going to have different public opinions be outlined to some degree of what the vision is.
But isn't that what we just did? And we have meetings every 2 weeks. And we give a presentation on how we spend tax. It's your money. We understand that very clearly. So we attempt to make that as public as possible. Hey, everybody, heads up. We're talking about a desal plant. Hey, everybody, heads up. We're talking about a police station. Those are important projects that not everybody agrees on. I understand that. But we can push things out there as much as we can. This is live streamed. Anybody can see it. And that's what we're attempting to do now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but you don't say, hey, we told you what your taxes and your tax bill was. Why didn't you pay it? You send an invoice out. You communicate in writing. You document it. And this is a big enough project. I hear enough opinions on the street for and against this project that I think to solidify the feedback that it's really wanted.
Do you have a comment on Phase 2 of this?
On gathering the information in the public's opinion
Okay.
is what my primary thing was, and to understand a timetable, which it doesn't sound like there is one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Phase 2? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ross Hammer, 429 Beach Avenue, Taco Capulito. I'm very much for the arches. I think what I've noticed this past year is I had a slew of wires through the front end of my building, and as I would have guests sit on the front porch of our restaurant, it would almost just be a look just towards the wires. And I actually had no idea that removing the wires was even a part of the arch plan. I was actually just so excited about having the arches brought back that to when they actually started, Zach, when you told me that a lot of these posts are actually going to be removed and the wires are, man, I was thrilled. And to see the first phase finished, I think it looks incredible. I think what you've done as a mayor here, I think you've made some unbelievable changes that only benefit the city. I think the three people that are up here are so selfless to be working together in terms of beautifying the city. I think that's really important. And I think with change, you get a lot of pushback in terms of anything that I've done that I felt like, was to benefit or to affect other people's lives. I always found a lot of pushback. But in my humble opinion, I think you've guys done an incredible job. I'm super excited to see what Phase 2 has to offer. I'm excited to get, the wires going down. It just makes so much sense. I just don't, I think what I've heard from the people that had come up here are really baseless arguments, in my opinion. So all I have to say is, for us and the people that I work with and I work along with.
Please. If you'd like to say something, you can come to the microphone. Thank you.
I think it's great. So,
Thank you.
And for you to come in here and, when they say privately funding, I think you brought a bunch of businesses and people in Cape May together to raise money to do something that benefits a lot of people. And I think that's, and to use your facility, I think that's unbelievable. And, we try to do that at a smaller scale at Taco Cabalito. So I admire that very much. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to give a little warning. We're just about an hour in. We do have some really important presentations, and that's why I'd like to keep it to Phase 2 if you have any comments.
Phase 2 in 2 seconds.
Thank you. That was not about you. I apologize. Thank you.
My name is Margaret Cromlin. I live at Victoria's Walk at 1621 Beach Avenue. I've been coming to Cape May for 45 years. My husband for his whole life, 60-some years. And one of my very favorite activities in Cape May is walking along the boardwalk from start to finish. I live down at Poverty Beach, and I love to walk back and forth. And I have tremendous respect for these gentlemen and for all that you do. This is the first time I've ever come to a meeting. But I was also, like many others, very concerned when I saw the arches going up, because to me it was a visual distraction. So my objections are purely subjective and aesthetic, and I find that walking up and down the boardwalk is going to be impeded. So I object to Phase 2 and Phase 3, just as a structure getting in the way of the sand dunes and the ocean and the sky and the birds. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else on Phase 2? Martin?
Martin Van Walsum, 329 Congress Street. I think it's human nature to look at the things that are there and not see the things that aren't there. The beauty to me of the first phase of the project was the elimination of the wires and the poles. You obviously still have to have lighting to make it safe. I think the Phase 2 arches will be a huge improvement in that section of town where there's a tremendous number of poles and wires that just are very unsightly. So my point of focus would be on the beautification overall and not so much on what we're erecting to take the place of the things that are unsightly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. B? Go ahead. Thank you.
Beatrice Goffrey Pisagno, 1075 Michigan Avenue, Cape May. This reminds me very much of in 1965, when as a 15-year-old, yes, you can do the math, I sat up there and watched my father try to convince the people of Cape May that the mall was a good idea. Nobody thought it was. And The meeting went on for several hours, and the animosity, the anonymity, none of that was assuaged for a long time. The mall started, and just like all of these gentlemen and these women up here, whom I have known for a long time, there was nothing secret. There was nothing underhanded. There was no I that was left undotted, no T that was left uncrossed. I know all of you, all right? And people were very skeptical. Just like the mayor and the city solicitor, my father was a young man. Sam Kahn, who owned the Ugly Mug, came up to City Hall and said to the two of them, "You kids are ruining this town." 6 months later, after he initiated the first al fresco dining, he came back here and said, "I was wrong." And look what we have now, the most successful pedestrian mall in the United States. It was quite, thank you, Yog. It was quite the effort. And after that, everyone decided that the way to make our town prosperous and to keep our property values and to make it a tourist destination again was to start to preserve, to go where we had been when it was a glorious tourist attraction and a glorious town. So painstakingly, and if I had the time, I could count out the people. I'm looking at Warren Copeland, who is in charge of our Historic Preservation Committee, John, Tom, Curtis, all of you who have worked so hard that we would attain and maintain a historic landmark status. That is very important. There is nothing that impacts our properties more than that. Then, let's take a moment. Another highly controversial. Sorry, Curtis, Congress Hall. Where would we be without that? When I was a child, it was a shadow of its former self. It had been once a glorious institution. It was nothing. Oh, they tried in the 60s to bring it back, but they couldn't. And where would we be without that? Where would we be without the restored hotels, the beds and breakfast, all done by these people, so many of whom are sitting in this room? Now, you know why we have a seawall? You do. In 1962, that convention hall, that grand old lady, was ripped in half by the ocean. I still remember going down Ocean Street and seeing the curtain from the stage flapping in the wind. It was so sad. So what did they do? They built a seawall to keep us protected. I know. I was in the parade. We were all in the parade as it went down the seawall. So happy. However, the seawall is functional, utilitarian, and there was no beauty to it. We call ourselves the nation's first seashore resort, seaside resort. There was nothing much to our seaside. Now, these wonderful gentlemen, this wonderful council, they have tried. How can we add beauty? Let's do what we do in this town. Let's go back. Let's refurnish. Let's repair. Let's restore. Let's bring back the glory of the old days, because it was the glory of the old days that brought the people here then, and it's bringing them here now. And we have to remember, as long as we're in the city of Cape May, that our future is in the past. So I would thank you for your time.
Thank you, B. Thank you. Anyone else on Phase 2? Seeing none, is someone... Gentlemen, I just want to thank you very much for all of your efforts. Again, all voluntarily, and we really appreciate it. So thank you very, very much.
Zach, could I just say, Phase 1 did have a little bit more to it than just the arches, and we have 80 new bicycle hoops that will replace the miscellaneous bike dump collectors on the north side of the mall.
Right.
And we also raised $40,000, which is going to the Housing Authority for the playground that they're doing for the kids. So
It's wonderful.
it was not just the
Yep.
arts.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Anything else? Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. With that, we have a presentation on the water desal plant, a little update. Gentlemen, thank you for waiting. We appreciate it. Yeah.
I'll let the people.
Yeah, I know. You want to join us right at the? Yeah.
Nice one.
I do apologize for the wait on that. Sorry. I apologize for the wait. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Meyer.
On that side? On that side? Whatever side?
So, before you start, one other project that I failed to say that people may be interested in is, of course, the seawall expansion, which we will be getting another update in the future council meeting, I believe in August, just FYI.
Good to see you again, Mayor. No, sir, you have to hold the microphone, push the button on.
There's a button on the front there. There you go.
Got it.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I didn't realize that you had a big screen here. For the next presentation, we will bring it in. We've been having numerous meetings with the mayor, with the business administrator, recently with your new city engineer, to go through and proceed with the processing of this plant. One of the main focus has been coordination with iBank, okay? The mayor has been at a meeting, the business administrator has been in a meeting with us at iBank to go through and get additional funds from iBank for this project. We've had meetings with the DEP to go through and review the project. We've even had a meeting with the commissioner of the DEP to go through and review the project. So from the standpoint, we're receiving positive impact, positive input from all of those agencies. Today, I wanted to go through and briefly just show you some of the progress with the preparation of the plans. As you know, we only had a very limited authorization to start, so we do not have final preliminary plans. We're all waiting for that next batch of federal funds that was supposed to be authorized. Then we can bring in the architect and complete the building design, and we're hoping to be able to do that.
Could you go into that just a little more in detail? The $600,000 that we were approved for. Could you?
I'll let Mike do that.
Sure.
Mike, could you just, and then we can go right back to you, Dave, sorry.
Yes, Mayor. Almost 10, 12 months ago, we submitted an application for congressionally directed spending. It's part of the infrastructure appropriations that have been around for the last couple of years dealing with the pandemic. And we were successful in securing a grant of $600,000 that was to, and the intent of that funding was to continue what the city initially funded in the early stages of design to help to get us to a point where we would have preliminary design and some of the work on the permits begun. And we have been approved. We were actually approved last fall, but the process of the federal government identifying which federal agency would actually administer the grant took a while, and then they had to come up. For Cape May, it is EPA, federal EPA. So we have since received the guidelines that were necessary. We have prepared the application, and very shortly, Council will have a resolution to authorize the filing of that application, which we hope in about 30 to 60 days we will receive approval and the actual release of the funds for this next phase of engineering that has to be done. So
Great.
a very critical resource. It takes time. It's a process, but it has given us not just the funding to be able to advance that, but a catalyst for other federal agencies that I'll speak to for the funding as well.
The important thing is we're approved for it. That's
Yep.
good.
We are approved, officially approved, and now we'll have the actual funding in a couple months.
With that delay, as a result, we could not progress along further with the preliminary plans. But our target is if that gets cleaned up in the next 30 to 60 days, we would anticipate that we could complete the preliminary design for the project before the end of the year, start making applications. As you know, this project has been developed so that it can go through and be phased if necessary. The situation is all going to be dependent upon the monies that you receive and the money that's available. Mike will go through and give you further update on that, but let me just leaf through some of the drawings. A number of these drawings are strictly engineering things that will not mean anything to anybody, but it's part of the process. So as a result of that, obviously, key map, we've got a key map and a construction notes. We have to make applications for soil erosion sediment control. That's what these drawings are for. This is a plant process schematic, okay? We've reviewed this with your water department probably about 2 hours ago. We have some changes that we may make, and they're going to review to see if they have any other input that they wanted to go through and make. But this gives you an indication of more than likely how this process works. This is a drawing that we need for obtaining permits. It shows where the 500-year floodplain is, other wetlands and limitations. This is a drawing that basically shows demolition after the project is done, what has to be removed. This is a schematic of the site plan in simplified views so that you can understand that we are going to go through and basically put the new water treatment plant building in the parking lot to the north of the existing water treatment plant and where we're putting parking. We come up a few parking spaces less than what you have now, but we're working with your water director now to see where we can pick up a few more spaces. But we don't think that's going to be a problem. But this gives you an idea generally of the layout. This is a drawing that shows where some of the outside piping is going to go through and go, and it has to be phased, and the other appurtenances that are necessary for the plant. This is the layout of the interior of the plant. It shows your 3 trains of reverse osmosis units, and it shows your iron removal plant. There's 2 large filters. Each one has the capacity of 1 MGD. You have to have the largest unit out of service to be able to meet your requirements of the DEP. And there's some changes that we're going to make to this to provide another office, okay, and a little bit more storage. That's why we have this open area here. So it's still in process, but the mayor asked us to give you a full update of what's happening. This is a piping plan for the iron removal plant. These are just symbols that go along as a legend for the process. These are the P&IDs, the electrical process drawings, process and instrumentation drawings. So we've come a long way. All of this still has to be tweaked based upon input that we have from your water department. Then there's a whole pile of details that are construction details. That gives you an update of where we're at. We have not started plans on the exterior of the building or what the building is going to go through and look at. That's the next phase. But let Mike turn us back to Mike to tell you about more funding.
Before you do that,
Yes.
I just have one question.
Could you turn that microphone on? Oh, you had it on.
I had it, yeah.
Okay. You're
Have
good.
you yet visited any other desal plants in the country?
I have not visited other desal plants in the country. But part of our organization, we are now part of a company by the name of Trillin, which employs 2,550 employees, and we have 15 other companies, two of which are located in Florida, and other representatives of our company go through and work on desal plants in Florida. As we explained when we were being considered originally, and it was that we've done probably about 30 water treatment plants in New Jersey. Every one has been different, but you are the only one that is a desal. But a desal is nothing more than a high-pressure membrane water treatment plant.
Understood.
And we have done membrane water treatment plants in Sayreville and Rahway and in other locations.
Yes.
And staff members of our office have done work on desal plants in Algiers and in other locations. Coupled with those and our new teammates in Trillin, we don't think that there's any problem with giving you what you need to go through and get.
I think you guys actually have the right background experience, absolutely. All I wanted to be sure of is that I understand that not every desal plant that has been built is working as effective as the original design, and I was just hoping that you guys would understand what went wrong at the plants where it doesn't go so well, and that's really the main thing. It sounds like you have a pretty wide reach. But.
Yeah, we do, and we have been focusing on this and trying to make sure we come up with the right units. As you know, your original plant probably had an effective capacity of about 65, 68%, okay? The new...
Can you explain that capacity?
If you put in 1.25 million gallons per day, you're not going to get the full amount through the plant because water is wasted in the form of rinse, in the form of backwash.
Right.
And as a result of that, the new processes are achieving as much as 75%, where your process originally had 68. I was talking with your operator today. He's got the plant down there currently tweaked pretty well, and he thinks he's doing a little more than 70, but the original plant was only anticipated to go through and really put out somewhere around 68%.
Wow.
So the new equipment that's out there should give you a better effective ratio. And as a result of that, keep something in mind. The old plant had two 1 million gallon trains, okay? Some people think that it might have had a 3 MGD capacity. It never had a 3 MGD capacity. This new plant will have a 3 MGD capacity, but you're also going to have another MGD of water go through the iron removal process that you are currently feeding to the public. Without iron removal, you're sequestering the iron, and this should provide a nice overall impact with regard to water quality. And those are all the things that during our early meetings, at our meetings with the mayor and the business administrator, that we've been asked to kind of achieve. But we all recognize that this is all a function of how much money we get for you so that you can minimize the cost that the town will have to put out. It's premature to say what that amount is that you're going to have to go through and fund for yourself. You'll have to do something, but from the standpoint, we've been making some progress. Mike, why don't you go through and fill them in?
Dave, just one last thing, because we have more people here that may have not been here in the past. Could you explain the inefficiencies, but also the issues that we have with our current plant? One of which I know is parts, but also how we're not meeting the DEP requirements in regards to one well being down, and that could you go over that for a second?
Sure.
Everyone up here knows this, but
yeah, we've made the presentation before. Anytime you have a plant, you have to go through and make sure that it is sized for safe conditions. So you take the largest train out of service. In your particular case, you have 2 RO trains. which means you really only have one MGD coming from the plant, but you do have the well that is providing you from groundwater that is not being treated by RO, another 1 million gallons. The problem with that is that there's iron. There are times because of that you can run 2 trains, but from the standpoint, that is a limiting factor for you. You don't have the right compliance in order to meet your projected flows without going through and putting in an additional expansion. We didn't prepare your water master plan. That was prepared by another consultant, and they clearly indicated that after their evaluation, of which we concur with, you definitely need another train. That's why this plant has 3 trains instead of 2. That is one of the big issues. The other big issue is just that your equipment is getting old. It is failing. Your operators have to deal with it. The plant design at the time was great from the standpoint of it served your purposes, but right now a lot of the things don't comply with current codes. If you go through and walk by the electric panels in the water treatment plant, they are located about 3.5 to 4 feet away from your RO units that spray, okay? You can't have operators standing in water or have the potential of being sprayed operating electric controls, high voltage electric controls. That is absolute no-no. The new plant will have a separate electric room, okay, where your major electrical components will be properly spaced, will be set up in a protective room so that it can't be affected by that water. You will have probably 2 offices in that, one for the operator, one for the superintendent, to go through and be able to have meetings with the staff. And you'll have a SCADA system for operation of the staff, operation of the equipment. That's what we contemplate accordingly based upon direction that we have from you, meaning the collective council and the administrator and mayor. You've asked us to make sure that it's a modernized plant that will simplify the operations and last as long as it possibly can, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So the plan that we've put together touches on all the bells and whistles that you really need in a modern water treatment plant, and we want to try and get them all in. Again, everything's going to be dependent upon funding. If it turns out that we can't get the funding that you may need, okay, to go through and complete the whole project, we may have to put a deletion item on the project and drop off either the iron removal plant if we can't get the funding now and have it reserved so that we can put it in later. So based upon your direction to us, it's try and give us as much as you can with a lot of the funds that you can go through and raise so that you minimize the amount of bonding that the town has to go through and do. And that's what we're trying to achieve. Again, Mike will fill you in on some of the funding. A lot of the funding is not hard locked until we get further on and we present the formal plans to iBank for approval, and that's when you would find out how much of an actual grant and how much of a loan they will provide.
Perfect.
Mike, sorry.
So where are we going to get the money, Mike?
Dave's pretty much covered it. I'm done. No, seriously. Our mission up from the very beginning has been to really minimize pursue every opportunity to minimize the city's exposure and the cost towards implementing this project. And it's really a multi-stage process. And, it's assessing conditions, determining a course of action and the costs associated with that, identifying potential resources based on those conditions and those costs, and then the outreach to the primary sources, not just a random, throw it against the wall and hope that we're successful, but really to try to target resources that are realistic and attainable and have a fit with what our objectives are with regard to the desal plant and reverse osmosis. And among those steps is then profiling the project and then having meetings. So that's what we've been doing throughout this process. And Dave touched on it, but we have, through a grant we secured for the city, and for those of the public who haven't been at the prior meetings, it was a modest grant of $30,000. But what it did, and that was from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, and that funding gave us an opportunity to assess the conditions and determine what the appropriate course of action was given the funding that would follow. So we've been through that process, and that seeded or actually provided the opportunity for then the city to put some funds to at least get beyond what was an initial determination of where the need was and what the options were: tear down, restore, renovate, expand, or build new. And the obvious option or course of action recommended is to build new, and the cost associated with it we're working on. So then the next part of this was these meetings that I said, and the funding. And as funding would come available for various phases of the planning and the design, the engineering that was needed, we saw this congressionally directed funding of a year, not quite a year ago, 8-9 months ago, and we applied, and that $600,000 that we referred to earlier now moves us to the next phase of the engineering, which is critical because an entity like the infrastructure bank, the I-Bank that Dave's talking about, will not take an application on preliminary engineering. They need to have the detailed engineering. However, U.S. Department of Agriculture and other agencies will look at that preliminary engineering and those costs. So we're moving the activities around based on the funding sources that are available. In terms of the meetings, it's one thing for us to identify, have a pretty good sense as your grants consultant to what we think are the right resources. It's another thing, as I said, to profile the project based on the preliminary information we had and to determine their interest, these agencies. And we profiled and have had some very, very critical meetings, in my humble opinion, where the agencies have come to the city. We've met with them at their shop, but they have come to the city to see firsthand the conditions and what the needs are, considering it's not just the city of Cape May, it is the surrounding municipalities, it's the Coast Guard base. There is impact well beyond and yet all associated and integrated together. So we had to message that to them and make sure it was clear. Then we had to take them to the plant to see the conditions that Dave is talking about and how important it was that this wasn't just a preferred option, a whim, something that we'd like to do. This is critical to the continued sustainability of water, providing potable water to a government, a federal military, the Coast Guard, but also our communities as it supports, tourism as well as the quality of life here in the city and the surrounding communities. So those were the messages we were giving them. And we had USDA's state director out, and she brought with her representatives from Washington and who had an opportunity to see firsthand the conditions. And again, we have been meeting with the state USDA for months and talking about the project. And what they've said to us is, we can't tell you precisely what the grant percentage is going to be yet. We need to have certain information. So this process, and I implore you to understand, I've been doing this 53 years, so I'm never in tune with that. I'm always pushing the envelope, if you will, but the reality is it's a process to follow. So we're into that process with them, and they're aware of what we need in dollars and what we're aware of what their capacity is, and I'll get to that in a second. The second was the infrastructure bank, bringing the chairman of the infrastructure bank, who has a history in this city, his family, which was quite interesting, and he was very much not just interested, but committed to this project, as is USDA. And he brought his executive director down. So again, they toured the site, saw the facilities, they know what the numbers are, and we are pressing them. But as Dave said, we can't go in yet, but we keep talking to them, and they've physically been here. Now, we've also had the Congressman Van Drew, Senator Booker, and Senator Menendez, who we have outreached to, and we have congressionally directed spending applications in now for the capital costs, the actual construction and design, but principally for the capital costs. We've gotten word from Congressman Van Drew on some of the funding. We are anticipating Senator Booker, and it's a process. The Congress and the Senate, they make their recommendations. But the point is, they are committed to this project significantly, and it's important. The last step now is we're working with the Coast Guard. And there are meetings that are going to be scheduled within, we hope, the next 30 days with the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers, because the two federal agencies, believe it or not, can work collectively for the same objective. So we don't have numbers from the Corps yet, but again, it's this outreach and kind of getting them to come to town, so to speak, and have a clear understanding of the need and the critical timing for this process. So. And one other level of funding, and Mayor, you've asked about this, both for city facilities, public works buildings, the new library, and the desal plan, is solar. So we are also very shortly presenting to council information about pursuing solar grants and tax incentives, believe it or not, incentives that typically were tax incentives for the private sector that are now available for public projects. So we are pursuing that as well. We don't have the numbers on that yet. But, Mayor, you asked just to touch on it, and I do it at great risk, but I think, at this point in time, with USDA and iBank and what we see from the congressional and senatorial funding at this point, don't know about the Coast Guard yet or the other agencies that will support the Coast Guard, but we're somewhere in the range of $25 to $32 million as identified, but we haven't been able to apply yet officially because we need more of the engineering, some of the preliminary as USDA, the detailed plans from iBank, but they're in process, and over the next 5 to 6 months, we hope to have more meetings with these agencies, Coast Guard, Corps of Engineers, so that we can have a clearer picture in the next couple of months as we start to prepare the actual detailed applications.
Yeah. And Mayor, if I can add, the reason that we have focused on the preparation of the drawings the way we have is we're focusing on what the DEP needs,
right.
Okay, to help make this thing shovel-ready as soon as possible. So the architecturals in the DEP's mind isn't that important, okay? It's important. Everything has its place, but they're interested in the plant process. They're interested in how chemicals are going to go through and be fed. They're interested in the layout. They want to make sure there's no cross connections and things like that. That's what these preliminary plans focused on, so that we can go through and talk intelligently with the DEP and try and see if we can go through and get the iBank to go through and move up their schedule of when they can consider funding.
I should also point out with regard to the iBank and the initial information that's been forwarded to iBank, as much as we could give to them, this project has a very high ranking, as was pointed out by the iBank chairman and his executive director, which is good. So that puts us...
They actually rank these projects, and we're...
That's how you get your grant
Right.
based on where you are in the ranking.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very high ranking, and in the competition of thousands of projects that they're looking at right now, it's important.
Well, that's great.
I have a
Council
comment,
Lenny,
if I may.
go ahead.
I just was looking at this today. It's a LEED grant for water and sewer systems for the state. I don't know if that would help you.
Oh, yeah, yes. Right, these are, the LEAP funding is to do funding for implementation grants, but it's also bringing together the planning funds that are necessary. So we're very familiar with the LEAP grant program.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I just have another concern. I just want to thank you both for being here and talking with us. This is an extremely important project, as we know. But the whole way through this, I'm going to advocate to save at least some of that building that we have there. It's 100 years old, almost, I think. We are a historic city. I think we should lead by example. I know, I'm looking at your plans over here. There's some space that you have extra space you can utilize as part of this initial site plan. And there's also a need for more parking. So there's things that need to be moved around, but at the very least, I would like to see at least the facade of this, part of this historic building saved as part of this new project. I think it's important to lead by example. It's not that, it's beautiful in its own respect, the building, because of the time it was built, even though it is a utilitarian-style building. I just think that we should lead by example and support that, or at least promote the history of this waterworks plant. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions, council? No?
No, but I just wanted to comment, I get the minimum production requirements we have to have, when you have one major source offline, you have to be able to meet your peak, some level of your peak capacity. That's actually a DEP requirement, as I understand. So they absolutely should be supporting what it is, because we don't meet it now. We know we don't meet it now.
Hey, any discussions we've had either with the commissioner, okay, with people in the iBank associated with the DEP, and when we first applied to the iBank and put it on their computer because everything has to be done on the computer with regard to applications to the iBank, the DEP instantly set up a series of Zoom meetings, okay, where we met with 4 or 5 different people from the DEP, and they asked the key questions. How are you going through and considering resiliency? And we had to go through that. We told them that we were going to raise the building up higher to go through and make sure that it's well above the floodplain. We wound up going through and talked about going through and trying to add solar to the project. That's what Mike is looking at right now. We wound up reviewing all of their other concerns, security, and then the water treatment aspect. And we had meetings with, as I said, 4 to 5 different people on that Zoom call, and it was like a shotgun. You had to answer all of these questions, and I think after we got done, everybody was very supportive of it.
At this point, the DEP's definitely supportive then.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
And the LEAP grant is shared services, which we are already doing, but we're going to look into that a little bit further, especially with all the municipalities that are participating in the program. But I appreciate you bringing that up.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, very definitely.
All right. Great, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the
Mayor,
update.
Council, thank you very much.
Okay.
With that, we have one last presentation from the M-Track. Sure, this is meant to just be an update right now, but if you'd like to ask some questions, go right ahead, Mr. Roush.
Jules Roush, 1010 New York Avenue. And my questions are relative to being generated from the Taxpayers Board meeting. So, as we all know, this plant goes back to 1998, and it's done a pretty good job for $5 million. And I'm very curious, when the original plant was done, it was done as a result of a very strong committee of people from Cape May, mayors, the city manager, their engineers, meeting with DEP. This was the first desal plant built in the state. So it was new for them, and it was new, obviously, for Cape May. The relationship between the city and DEP was through this organization within the city and DEP. How do you envision Cape May's participation in this project going forward?
I think it's the same. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's the same. Your mayor, your business administrator, they've been with us at many of the meetings that we've had with either the commissioner of the DEP or with the iBank, and it is your administration that is driving the project. We are assigned to go through and help them achieve their goals.
Is the relationship between the city and I guess CME, or who is the relationship with? Who does the city have the actual relationship with at this point?
The city has went through a public process, issued an RFP, solicited proposals, and then selected CME to go through and do this project as their consultant. But we are not the drivers of the project. The drivers of the project is the city.
But does CME, do they design the project? Is this
That
a
is
contract
correct.
and build project?
We design the project.
Are you also going to build it?
We will not be the contractor to build it. From the standpoint of putting out the bids, it's anticipated by the RFP that we would be involved in the bidding and some form of construction administration, but that would be subject to another contract.
Has DEP actually agreed that the best alternative or the best plan is to build a new plant?
The DEP recognizes the need for the project. They have not discussed with us the alternatives. That is a function of what the city wants to present to the DEP. And what we have presented to the DEP, but even before the DEP, through one of the funding agency, USDA, we had to go through and submit the report that indicated the other options that were considered by the mayor and council. And that report was submitted to USDA, and USDA was fine with that report.
USDA is primarily interested in money as opposed to determining the direction that the city takes, whether it's an addition to the existing plant or building a new one?
I don't think the USDA or the DEP take the position as to whether it should be a retrofitted plant or not a retrofitted plant, a new plant. That is a decision that the city has to make.
You're sure of that?
Yes. I mean, if the city decided that they wanted to go through and just renovate the existing plant and put an addition on it, which was one of the other alternatives, that can be done. However, the problem is that that is a very expensive alternative, and you have to go through and basically rebuild everything that is in that existing building and try and make it comply with current codes, but without a major modification to that building, you couldn't do that.
And all of it has to go through the DEP no matter what.
And no matter what, that would have to go to the DEP.
That's my understanding.
And for the entire construction process, we'd be without 1 million, not quite 1 million, 2 million gallons per day.
That's right.
We would be buying all of our water from Lower Township for the entire length of that project.
If they would agree to it.
If they would agree
Which,
to it, yeah.
just to be clear,
'Cause-
that their capacity, they've always kind of added to our system, but I don't think we've
assumed that they
never-
could take over a large portion of it. And I think that when this was originally presented, prior to my being on council, I do recall that was part of the presentation, whether or not retrofitting was even an option and what the expense could potentially be. And having toured the facility, each of us have had that opportunity. There's very little that you look at when you're in that building that says this is something that you would want to, salvage, quite frankly. It would seem to me that it would be a significant undertaking and a lot more financially, costly.
And there would be significant downtime on that plant, as you
Right.
said.
And there's just so many things about it that were not considered for being state-of-the-art, and certainly from a work safety standpoint, all of those things, it doesn't, trying to retrofit some of that would probably be, very costly and time-consuming.
You're correct.
So I do recall that there were some discussions about that as being a potential, and it was negated just because the conditions and the current plant, the ability to get replacement parts, overall, just it didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. And, I will admit I'm a bit of a novice at this, but understood and still recall that.
Have you looked at what you think the city's ability to handle as far as debt goes?
At this point,
Reasonably afford the debt as well as what the cost for the water is going to be to the other customers?
at this point in time, We have not done that because of the fact that we don't know what the debt is going to be. As we indicated in our presentation to your taxpayer board, as well as to the mayor and council, that the first quest before you can even go through and go out for a bid, based upon the estimates, that evaluation is going to have to be done based upon the amount of grants that you get for the project. But that can't be done at this point in time because we don't know the full amount of grant funding. We're very optimistic that additional federal money will be available for this project. The senators are going through and pushing forward this project. We're very optimistic that you're going to go through and get money from the iBank, but until you know how much money you're going to get from the iBank and how much money you're going to go through and get from the feds, you will not know what the impact to rates would wind up being.
I could fully appreciate that, but at some point, we need to establish at what maximum level will the taxpayers be able to accept, and what is it, the levels that the adjoining customers, what they can expect. Have you talked with the other participants in our water project as to?
But they're the engineers to a degree, as you know, Mr. Roush. Frankly, it's my responsibility in a lot of ways to reach out to our other communities, which we have. Now, as you heard this evening, we are still in the initial phases of engineering. We're waiting for the secondary thing. But I just want to say, to back to your point of the ratepayers, to this point, we've spent no taxpayer dollars, essentially. I'm sure you could add some things. A solicitor has, looked at a contract or something like that. But
Well, there's a $29,000 bill being asked to be paid today.
through the grant use.
I don't know what.
We have a grant for CME. The work that they've done has been paid for through a grant. We are approved for another grant for $600,000. Again, we don't have the money yet, but it is approved, and we're just waiting for that to happen. So my point is, no money has really been spent up until this point, and as we start engineering, we have to look at how much it's going to cost. We're going to look at what funding sources that we receive.
Well, Mayor,
and
we've got.
and then we will make decisions based on those conclusions. We're not going to put the town in a bad financial landscape through poor decisions. But I mean, this is another 2 years at least project that we keep working toward. And I can tell you that no one up here is going to make a decision that puts the city in a bad financial place. I mean, of course, water, you have to get it done.
Do we know how many gallons of water the respective customers' anticipated needs are going forward for the next 10, 15, 25 years?
Those are studies that they have absolutely done, one of which is looking at the Coast Guard base and knowing that they are looking at and have received federal funding for an additional barracks of apparently up to 1,000 new recruits, which is a lot of people for our small island. And we recognize that that's going to put further strain on, frankly, as you know well, we don't have the water capacity to give them today anything else, especially another 1,000 recruits on the island.
Mr. Mayor, that's another issue. West Cape May has a moratorium on new water connections.
Correct.
At some point, I would certainly expect that with the conditions that we're now dealing with, that we would have a moratorium in Cape May. We need to move forward. There's no question about it. I mean, right now, we're looking at 5 years before we can turn the spigot on a brand-new desal plant. But it's going to cost money, and at some point, we need to know the specific dollars that our water and sewer utility is going to have to pay. And this raises another question that I have.
Mr. Roush, we're about 8 minutes in. Could you?
Okay.
I appreciate it.
The water and sewer, I assume you understand our system in Cape May. The water and sewer utility is independent. They're the agency that's going to be looking to be required to have the debt to cover as well as the operational costs. Unless there's a significant change in the operation, and then I don't know whether that's feasible or not. We have a difficult time with the water and sewer utility, and I guess that's down the road to be determined. But the financing of this and the cost to the taxpayer, the cost to the consumer of water, needs to be very carefully identified early on, with the public being well identified as to what their obligations are. And I have a very difficult time understanding at what point are this council going to be locked into accepting moving forward or doing something different? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. House. Any other questions for our water engineers?
Chris Mazzaro, 228 Windsor Avenue. I'll make this real quick because I know we want to move along, but you and Mr. Rausch brought up a point. From what I'm hearing, there has been no pledge so far from the Coast Guard base. Is that correct? No monies, no funding pledge from the Coast Guard base?
No pledges, no.
On top of the Coast Guard base that does not pay property taxes, is that correct?
Not pay property taxes?
So they don't pay property taxes. There's no funding pledge from the Coast Guard, and they have funding for an additional 1,000 troops to come in, which I am all for the Coast Guard base. My point is, and I'm not going to pretend to be smarter than the congressmen or the senators, but there has to be a way also, in addition to federal funding for infrastructure, there's federal funding for military bases and therefore military infrastructure. The Coast Guard base has to recognize that without this project in Cape May, they can't supply their troops with potable water.
Right.
So somehow there has to be an angle to approach the military infrastructure funding and grants from the federal government, that they could infuse that money to go towards the drinking water. If you were to take the Coast Guard base as a standalone structure, separate from the city, the federal government would find a way to make sure they have drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not paying property taxes, and they're not coming to the table yet with funding. I would find it hard-pressed that we need to start looking at the Coast Guard base to start putting some sort of skin in the game. Otherwise, we can't contribute to support it. So I hope maybe that's a different angle we can look at.
I mean, I
And-
would have thought the Department of Defense would have been one of the agencies that we were at least for Homeland Security.
I don't want to go on. It's just an angle that if it hasn't been looked at, I would think there's different avenues from the federal government other than strictly infrastructure, that the military side, there's got to be some outlets there as well. Thank you.
We totally agree, and to the point that I know that they use 18% of our water. At the last Superintendent Kaminsky put together a report, they consume about 18 to 20% of our water. So it's a large portion, and 100% they should be contributing to the project. There's no doubt about it.
Sorry, Mayor, that is one of the meetings that is being scheduled with the Coast Guard through the congressional liaisons with the Coast Guard itself, and for that very purpose.
Right.
Stacy Sheehan, Columbia Avenue. Some of the information I'm going to say right now isn't going to be the first time I've said it. I've said this in the past. But right now, you're saying our 2 units are at approximately 70%. The 3 units that we would build would only be at 75%. So we're going from 2 units to 3 units, but we're going to get a little bit over 50% for $30 million. Have we looked at the fact of, I'm not saying not building these new RO plants, because I think we do need them, but rehabbing what we have. Plants in Florida are all the time getting rehabbed, and that's what they do. Looking into that, because that way you're getting more than 50%. Whatever you're building, you still have what you have already built, and you're contributing to that to the water. Because we look at West Cape May that's doing all this building, or they want to do all this building, a lot of farmland out there they want to build on, so we're going to have to supply them with more water. Besides, if we have hotels that keep expanding, houses that are expanding from being a 2-bedroom, 1-bath to being a 6-bedroom, 7-bath house, that's more water. But yet we're only looking at doing 50% increase on what water, we don't have enough now. Are we sure that 50% more is going to be enough to last us for another 20 to 30 years? Or if we rehab what we have and add on, we're already doubling, more than doubling what we have.
I have answered this question for you before, and the answer is that the study that we were first authorized to go through and do outlined those options, okay? The big problem is that you basically have to rebuild everything to comply with code in the retrofit of the existing plant. You're right, one of the options is to build a new building with a single train in it and then go through and retrofit the existing one. Well, the problem is all of the electric controls is in the existing one. All of the wiring goes back and forth between the pumps and the electric panels in that room. If we have to go through and start upgrading that, we have to bring it to today's code.
And I understand, but this is being done in Florida all the time. So I can't understand why, and I'm only saying that because your company doesn't do desal plants. This is your first one. So that's why I'm saying if we look at some places in Florida that are already rehabbing, and you talk about, oh, they're spraying with water. If this is a safety concern for $100, they can put up plexiglass and they won't be sprayed with water while they're at their terminals. And they can still
Okay,
see through.
Okay, I understand, but we have to be able to get updates without talking about their credentials and things like that. We want to get an update, see where we're at in the process. A lot of these questions have been asked. One thing to answer, of course, is if we need to add an additional train in the future, we should have the space within the new plant to add a third train. Is that
There
considered?
are going to be 3 trains.
A fourth
in the
train.
plan, okay? We will go through and give you the option of providing a 4th train, but it's going to increase the cost, and you
So,
have to realize that.
I just think we all know how built out the city of Cape May is. We recognize how many lots are left in West Cape May Point. There is a lot of farmland, but most of which is protected. And that was all looked at when you originally looked at what is the predicted capacity in the future, including the coast.
Well, Zach, I have to clarify something here, because I remember our conversation that you said you never did that study. That was on the city to do the study on what amount of water that we needed in the future.
Excuse me, but what I told you at the time you asked me that question was the original report was done by another consultant.
Mott McDonald.
Your water master plan, okay, that provided you. What we did is we obtained a grant for you to go through and do a utilization report that we got a grant from the USDA, and that reevaluated those options, and it set forth what those options would entail. We presented those to the governing body of which you were a member at the time, and the governing body selected the option of going through and building a new facility.
I'm sorry, I don't remember ever voting on a brand-new facility. I think we were still looking for studies. We never voted on doing a whole brand-new facility.
Okay. Look, the main thing is, and I think this is the point that everybody understands, if we need more capacity, 30 years from now, we'll have to build that capacity.
Sure.
That's, right.
Yeah, and Mayor, just to get back to your question before about providing another train, we're looking at the option of either providing another train or making these trains slightly bigger, okay, so that you have more capacity without adding it. You can add additional tubes to it. That's what we're looking to see, which way is more cost-effective.
Okay. Before I get to any other public comment, I have 2 of the most well-behaved kids in the back row, and I want to give you the opportunity. Rick, are you here for a reason, or are you trying to torture them? Are you here for a reason? Yes. Is it public comment? Yes. Please come. Would you like to now? Okay. I'm just giving the opportunity to get out of here with the most well-behaved kids I've ever seen. Okay. Any other public comment on this issue? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. Anything from council? No. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the update. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
In all seriousness, before we get to M-Track, is there any other public comment that you'd like to make on anything? Yes. Come to the microphone. I apologize, we're going out of order, but yeah. Just state your name and address for the record, if you would.
Rick Hollowell, 1512 Yacht Avenue. And the purpose for us being here is regarding the master plan ordinance change that's being recommended for the R5 district.
Okay.
And I'm just catching wind of this as a resident on that street. And of course, being a resident on that street, being near the protected wetlands and where all the nature is, what impact that this proposed change is going to have. And it's page 6 of an April 6 memorandum regarding the ordinance changes to the master plan.
Yep, page 6 at the top.
Yes. So the question is what impact is this going to have on of Yacht Ave, and what's the purpose of this change?
Mr. Solicitor, would you be able to go over that?
Sure. This was passed along all throughout that report. It was a summary of the recommendations that were included in the 2019 master plan reexamination. Specifically for this one, for R5, the comment that I got back from the planning board engineer was there's two things in this too, just to be clear what page 6 is proposing to do. There's multiple minimum lot sizes they're listed in there, and some of them are crossed out. And then the other thing is confirming that the attached side of a semi-detached building, which is a permitted use in the R5 already, will be able to have a 0 feet setback for the side, which makes sense if you think about a semi-detached because it has an adjoining wall, so that it just recognizes we already have a permitted use, so let's just recognize that one side would have 0 feet. The minimum lot size, I think, was a question raised at the last meeting too about that, and the comment that I got back was that was a perceived inconsistency because you have, and granted that the minimum lot size is a policy decision for council to make, but they recommended that you stick with the 1,500 just given the unique lot sizes in Yacht Avenue, which would be the minimum, and then there would still be, this is still subject to the other bulk regulations and density regulations that are out there for floor area ratio and lot coverage and those types of things. So even with a smaller minimum square footage, you would still have these other protections or guardrails on the use and building there. So that was the recommendation that came through. This isn't necessarily something council came up with. It was pursuant to the the 2019 master plan. And this is sort of a reminder from the planning board, hey, we recommended these things. Do you want to make these changes or not? But that was the explanation that the planning board engineer gave behind that recommendation.
But none of the other like setbacks or any of that's is that being changed?
Just to confirm the baseline minimum lot area for single-family detached, semi-detached, and two-family detached, which are permitted uses in the R5. So that was already in there, but then you look and see the ones that are crossed out, and then it says 2 or more. For example, efficiency is less than 1,500. It says 1,200 there. So anyway, they were pointing to that and looking, okay, someone might misinterpret this as what is the starting point for the R5. And this was the goal was to just set a baseline minimum that was already in there, and 1,500 was the one that they selected. But that's a policy decision for council to make. It's not like 1,500 some magic number. It's just, that was already in there before, and that was what they recommended.
So the 0 feet side yard setback is basically, I'm just in lay terms, Chris. You have a semi-detached house, they're up, adjoining wall running all the way down. So in some areas where there's semi-detached houses, you have to have a 4-foot or 5-foot yard setback before you can build anything to the back of a property. This is saying in that R5, those conditions don't need to be met.
Right, and the reason for that is
I was trying to make, because this was very confusing to me also, so.
like, why are we making a zero-foot setback? Well, the other alternative is to say semi-detached dwellings aren't permitted. Because if you're saying semi-detached dwellings are permitted, you're saying that buildings can be built with adjoining walls.
Right,
on a lot.
but in the R4, you can't, you have to have a 4-foot setback.
This is just the R5, because it's really the R5 covers Devil's Reach and Yacht.
Right.
Because unique lot sizes there. But I mean, council could look at this and say, you know what?
No, I just thought, I had the same confusion, I think, that you may have had, and we're curious as to how this was being applied in actual real life, what it meant from a house.
I mean, I'll be totally honest, what scared me about this is what's next to my house and between my house and Wawa is, it's, all the wetland area there, and I was just concerned if something's happening there, and that's why I'm here.
I don't know exactly the property conditions of the adjoining lot, Rick. I mean, but what this would do is if that's a 1,500 square foot lot, it would mean that at least locally, a single-family detached or one of the permitted uses could be built there, provided they meet the bulk requirements, and if they don't, they would have to apply for a variance, and you would be within 200 feet, so they'd have to provide you notice. Now, the additional thing that you mentioned about wetlands and things like that, just because it's okay and kosher under local code, that doesn't mean that the DEP would approve it, and they may have comments, and they may say this is how much of a buffer you would need, and we don't deal with that. We wait for them to tell us what's okay, and anything that the planning board or zoning board approves or we approve is always subject to any and all other applicable government approval.
Understood.
So I'm sorry, that's like, I gave a lawyer a legalese.
Nah, you're talking to a lawyer. That's dressed like somebody that should be on the beach.
Well, that's where we want to get you there.
I mean, that's all
Any other, just limit it to this ordinance if possible, and then we'll move into the normal routine, please.
Michelle O'Donnell, 1516 Yacht Avenue and 1531 Yacht Avenue. So my concern with this is there are several still buildable lots on Yacht Avenue. One being, as you come out of Wawa on the right-hand side, there's a vacant lot there, which the owners believe that they can get a duplex there. So this would allow them to put a 1,500 square foot house there. There's also along that entire embankment, there's that particular property, and then there's also the property that is owned by the dry cleaner, Modell's dry cleaner. There's also a lot that he owns in the back of there that now would allow him also to build 2 more houses. Further down is a third property, which is where that old white boathouse was that was condemned.
Can I interrupt you? Just because I think you'll like this. I didn't understand that there were questions about this. I'd like to table this ordinance just so that we can get some answers. That we're getting into some time in the meeting. I don't want to do it at the table, but we'd table it with the sole idea to have a better understanding of this. Any of the concerns of the neighborhood, we would like to know. See if we can rectify those before this comes back up. Is that?
Could we at least ask?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Could we at least hear the question?
Continue.
She's getting to the question. I think.
Absolutely. Please get to your concern. Thank you.
So those are just the example of what could be potentially by owners' rights behind Wawa. Then you go further on, there's also at least 2 other properties on Yacht Avenue that potentially would be able to now build duplexes. I own 1516 Yacht Avenue, and we actually have approval to build one single-family house, and actually asked planning to keep the little salt box that is on the street from an aesthetic standpoint, because we love that history there. So I'm just cautioning, and we wanted to make sure from a neighborhood standpoint, potentially while I understand cleaning up the master plan, which I think is, what cities do, and makes sense so that you don't have some sort of cluster zoning and you clean it up. But I think that maybe everyone needs to revisit it so you truly understand the impact and drive down the street. We flood all the time. People take canoes down the street. I think you start looking at more of those people and what this would allow them to do could.
I don't think that was our intention, so.
Right, and I totally
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah,
You were
excellent
looking at what is already there, and maybe without not realizing what could also be the impact.
So I think what you're saying is you want to maintain the style of the neighborhood, the consistent type of houses and things like that.
Well, I think we need to go back to the planning board and ask them to take a look at whether or not a zero-foot side yard setback, what was the intention with that?
One of the
considering
things, too,
some
that the city engineer
Okay, all right, yeah.
wanted to point out, too.
'Cause I actually
If you
got
look
in
at the ordinance, that 1,500 square feet is per unit. So if, say there's a 1,500 square foot vacant lot, they can only build a single on that 1,500 square foot lot. If they wanted to build a duplex, they'd have to have a 3,000 square foot lot. So that's what the ordinance says and how it's written. Because it's written as lot size per dwelling unit, 1,500 square feet. So for a single, you could build on a 1,500 square foot lot. If you wanted to build a duplex, you would need a 3,000 square foot lot.
Well,
So I mean, we could do an analysis of looking at the vacant lots. I think that's, Mayor, I think that's, looking at the vacant lot, do a vacant lot analysis on that street
Yep.
and see what the lot sizes are, and then we could report back to council on,
Yep, I think.
these are the vacant lots, these are the lot sizes and what units that could be built there. But the ordinance, just to clarify, you would need 1,500 square feet per unit
Right.
to build. So if it's a 1,600 square foot or even a 2,000 square foot lot, you could only build one unit on it.
And even so, this is what I was pointing to about the other bulk regulations. So first of all, I think these are valid questions, and we should just get this clarified so we know what we're adopting.
Right.
The second, and that analysis that Mr. Dietrich indicated, I think would help council deciding whether this is the right thing to do or not. The other thing is just an example. Assume a 1,500 square foot lot, okay, you can build one single-family dwelling. There's still an FAR limitation of 0.4 for that. So that leaves you with a 600 square foot. That's where the other limitations kind of factor in, so that it's not getting out of control. Just because it's buildable doesn't mean it can be the biggest thing ever. So, but I think it makes a lot of sense.
There's no rush on this, and we don't want to cause any concern within one of our favorite streets in Cape May. So,
Thank you for that.
do I have a motion to table this ordinance?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments on that?
Thank
Roll
you.
call, please.
Council,
Oh, we're tabling it.
We're going to table.
Anybody can reach out to the city clerk and send them to.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember McDade,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin,
yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes. Okay. We still have a presentation on the agenda. You ready to roll, Dennis?
Well, I was. I actually forgot what I wanted to say. It's been so long.
No way.
If Ms. Sheehan, if you have your questions, you can just email them to us. Or,
Similar questions, and I just thought if you could openly dialogue it, and it would solve more of the
we still have additional public comment session.
so,
Go ahead.
Thank you. Back in the wintertime, the council took the action to address, perhaps once and for all, the definition and possible solution for the Cape May City parking problem. You created two tasks for two committees, two advisory committees, the Parking Committee and the Municipal Taxation and Revenue Committee. You charged the Parking Committee with coming up with a comprehensive plan to solve or at least address the parking problem that we've been suffering under for the last 35 years. That article is from the Philadelphia Inquirer, and it was dated 1991, and it was a problem then, and they didn't know what to do about it. You told the Amtrak Committee at that point, too, to come up with a way to fund a comprehensive solution, and we've been working on that ever since, and we are here today to give you a brief summary, and it will be brief, of our findings and recommendations. Now, before we begin the discussion of what we found, the first thing we found was that there is a definite framework around the parking problem, and it really is a framework. It's got four sides to it, and these are each of the four sides. The parking problem is generated by the fact that Cape May is immensely popular. The demographic and fiscal identity of this town is a commercial enterprise. It requires facilities and services to support the people who enjoy that commercial enterprise. And it's the responsibility of the beneficiaries of that expansion and the users of that service. The fourth part of the framework is that at no point do we feel that property taxes should be bearing the responsibility for the support of the facilities and services necessary to park the visitors and customers of Cape May. So with those four things in mind, we approached an examination of the current code, and we tried to do it in a way that we suggested back in the spring, or back in the summer, and that was to first identify the need and then send two committees off in two directions to discuss and develop, in one sense, solutions and the other sense, funding, so that when the solutions are developed, the funding will be there. So the and this has always been, I think, Cape May's problem in terms of a planning mechanism. They've always gotten to a point where they know they need something, but they don't know what to do about it, and by the time they figure out what to do about it, then they have to say, well, how are we going to pay for this? And that becomes a logjam, which has caused this problem to fester for at least 35 years. So that's the reason the council, in their wisdom, decided to cut the task in half and give each committee a task. Now, this is what the parking problem actually looks like in a schematic sense. Every one of those little blocks over there is something that attracts people to Cape May. Accommodations industries, bars, restaurants, shops, the beach, events, and the people who live here.
Some more than others.
Some more than others. And the nature of the parking problem is that everybody who comes for those things comes in a car. And that's how much parking we need, to make sure that everybody has a place to stash their car where they're enjoying Cape May. Now, how do we provide that parking? Here's the way we do it. Some of it's off-street, some of it's public metered parking. We have a very small shuttle system which changes from year to year. We have spaces along the streets, and what we don't have is that. Any parking solution has got to address the fact that we have to have more spaces, not more money being charged to people to park at a parking meter. Raising parking meter rates has no value when it comes to meeting the need for parking. Basically, we felt that raising parking meter fees is simply a way to annoy the people who come to Cape May. And the only thing that people ever complain about Cape May is that there's no place to park. The literature shows that that's the only thing that annoys people. Now, what do we need to solve that problem? Here's what we need. We need money, and that's why you turn to Amtrak to give you some suggestions. That money has got to be new money. It's got to be available to the city to make whatever changes they want to do, and the alternatives to provide. It could be, and all the things in the master plan enumerate this for the last 30 years. It could be parking garages, it could be surface parking, it could be so many things. That's not Amtrak's job. We're only here to tell you where you can find some money to do that. And when you use that money, if you get it, you provide the alternatives, and then you also provide ways to change the behavior of the folks who come. You must modify the behavior of the people who come and think they're going to stick their car in front of an empty space in front of the restaurant they're going to go to for 2 hours. Some of this money that we generate is in the meters, and we'll get to this in a little bit, but that goes to the general fund, and it's not available to solve parking problems. It's never been available to provide new parking spaces. The only kudos to the council for the last year, the bus station lot is the only place in town that we've actually provided brand-new public parking spaces in a long, long time, and it's minimal. I don't want to offend somebody who thinks it's a good idea, but it is minimal. Now, here's what we found. We found that the core of this parking problem was actually in the ordinance, and that's the text directly from the ordinance, section 525-49, because we're required as a city to make sure that every business and residence is required by code to provide on-site parking as a means to ensure proper and safe access from streets and alleys, either within the structure or in the open, to serve the principal and/or accessory use of that property. That's been the code in this town for decades, and it's the heart of our zoning ordinances. Every zoning application has got to certify that they have a certain number of parking spaces, and we'll get to that in a minute. And the situation, what happens is when businesses and residences can't provide off-street parking, the people who need that parking are left to their own devices. They're sent to the streets, then good luck to you. The employee, and that means the customers, the employees, the residents of the properties, they have no choice but to roam the streets looking for parking spaces. And we don't have a current means in any way for the business or the residents to compensate the city for this impact that they've placed on our resources because they don't have off-street parking, which is required by the ordinance. And there is currently no revenue option to fund a comprehensive solution. So the problem exists and has existed for decades. And it really goes back to the failure of our ordinance to properly enforce itself. Now, and this is what that means, just so I think you've seen this chart before. But here's what it means in practical terms. That ordinance requires that, for example, a theater, a restaurant has to provide one parking space for every 4 seats. Now, the custom in this town has been that when these requirements can't be met, they're basically given a variance, which means that the business or the residents that can't provide it asks for a variance, typically gets it, and that means they don't have to provide those parking spaces. But it also means that those spaces have to be going somewhere. In 2019, we had a restaurant on the beach that got a variance to avoid having to provide 40 off-street parking spaces, because that's what the code would have required them to do. They got the variance, they opened the restaurants, very successful, everybody loves it. Those 40 cars are roaming the streets looking for parking. And the licensee has no obligation under our code to provide that. We also have standards and residential requirements that, for example, a 5-bedroom house has to have 3 off-street parking spaces. That's a problem. We'll talk about that in a minute, because if that 5-bedroom house becomes a residential rental property, then it has to have one parking space for every bedroom. So in one part of our code, we say 3, and another part of the code, we say 5. Now, what do these code requirements do in terms of the demand for parking? Here's how we know what we know so far, and we don't know much. We take our parking requirements in our code, we lay them against our mercantile licenses, and then we can actually determine how many parking spaces are supposed to be there for the off-site parking. And here's what we found. In restaurant and seating capacities, 1,565 spaces. Hotels, motels, guest houses, accommodation industry, 1,900. Licensed residential rentals, 2,150. Stores and sales areas, 1,490. So our code says, in theory, that there's supposed to be 7,106 off-street parking spaces just for those four things. What we don't know is how many employees are in each of those, and our code requires parking for them. How many parking spaces are available in the non-seasonal residential housing of the normal residents of the town? We don't know how many spaces are required there. We don't know how many unlicensed seasonal rentals there are, and last year we had about 1,000 licenses. This year we're having more, so we're getting a better handle on how many seasonal rentals there are, so that number will increase as well. And the interesting thing is that some of our seating requirements and our parking requirements are based on seats. Most of our most successful businesses are standing room bars, and there's a fire code requirement for maximum occupancy, but it doesn't translate into parking space requirements. It only translates if it's a seat. And the other businesses, the other entities that get real estate licenses, other licensed churches, and the biggest one is actually the beach. Because how many cars come to Cape May just to go to the beach? Lots. Now, what's the universe? Well, everybody says, Chamber of Commerce, business studies, even the state police a couple years back said that you can estimate that there's about 50,000 people who come in and live in Cape May for at least a day. Our daily load, let's say it's 50,000 people, and if you took the restaurant requirement of one parking space for every 4 people, the town would need 12,500 parking spaces. That's the problem right there. That's the parking problem.
Did you equate that into levels of a parking garage anywhere in this presentation?
Well, see, we're only charged with finding a way to fund things. Somebody else is charged with finding things to do. But I mean, if you took it to the extreme, and I will be the first to admit this is a random, not a random, but it's an extreme extrapolation of data. If we do get 50,000 people, and our requirement is to get one parking space for every 4 people, we need 12,500 parking spaces. And in some cases, sometimes I think they're all in front of my house, but we'll get into that in a minute. Now, why can't we get to the solution? Why can't we get to a comprehensive solution? And I think that's the most important thing that we struggled with as a committee, because this is our 13th recommendation to you folks. And I think you will agree that we have always tried to look for comprehensive solutions to systemic problems. We're not Band-Aid people on the Amtrak. We'd like to make the system work better by fixing the flaws in the system. And in our system, these are our roadblocks to fixing this problem, or at least funding it. The Parking Trust Fund, the current parking assessment that we have, and our various and sundry parking ordinances all over the code book. So let's take these one at a time. The Parking Trust Fund, Amtrak fully believes that as it's written, it's almost totally useless. It has almost no value to solve any kind of problem. It's narrow. It's only addressed off-street parking, and only off-street parking in a very limited number of cases, those being the conversion of old buildings that were built prior to the establishment of the Parking Trust Fund. I don't know that there's any of them in town anymore. It also has a one-time fee, which we think is exorbitant. It's $5,000 per space, which is silly. And here's the biggest flaw in the whole thing. It doesn't apply to any addition or any existing building or any construction of a new building. So you can't use the parking trust fund for anything at all, except later on, council did use it as a place to stash the $25 fee. But you can't use that fund for anything except the conversion of those old buildings and collecting $5,000. Now, what's it for? Well, the code says it's for the creation, the operation, purchase, lease, acquisition of off-street parking facilities. We'd like you to revise that by adding that it would also be the repository for any and all revenues as you see fit to fund a comprehensive parking solution. We also maintain the existing off-street parking facilities, but we also want you to change it so that it also funds the maintenance and the provision of on-street parking. And that's an important feature in this town because most of our parking is on-street. And also to provide, maintain the transportation services. And this is the thing we talked about back in the wintertime. If you want a transit service in town that is an alternative to parking, it's got to be comprehensive, it's got to be annual, it's got to be predictable, and it's got to be a lot bigger and more complicated than it is right now. And you need money for that. Now, the second flaw of the problem that we want you to address is the current parking assessment. We think that's neither fair nor effective. It's one of those things that it's like a parking meter increase in fees. It's an annoyance. What it is $25 for everybody who gets a mercantile license. That money gets dumped into the parking trust fund and sort of sits there. The parking trust fund currently has about $190,000 in it after all the years it's been operating. Now, that $25, it is a sort of a drop in the bucket because it's supposed to be used for parking alternatives, and it isn't. And here's the problem with the parking assessment fee. It only applies to the licensees, the people that hold a mercantile license. And the parking problem is generated by a lot more than just the people who hold mercantile licenses. So we think it's unfair and inequitable that only one source of the problem pays the $25, even if it is only $25. It also is paid for by people who are also already providing on-site parking. So if you're a business and you have a lot that holds 10, 12 cars, why should you pay the $25?
Are you saying 25 per spot?
What's that?
$25 per spot?
No, just $25 for the license.
Flat fee.
Yeah. What our argument would be that if I'm a licensee and I'm running a business and I do provide off-street parking, why do I have to pay the off-site parking fee? It makes no sense. The other thing that doesn't make any sense is the last one. There's no connection between the parking requirements and the $25. It was like pegged out of the air. Let's knock everybody $25. It's low enough that they might not get annoyed with this, but it's too small to do anything.
Are you going to base the fee now on 100 spaces per level to that
Well,
12,500?
We don't have any proposals. But the other part of this is not fair. Not fair is that if I'm a little old couple that rents an apartment out in the back of my house, I pay $25. And if I'm a hotel owner that dumps, or a restaurant owner that dumps 40 cars on the street every year, I pay $25. Simply not fair. And one of the things that we have, one member of our committee, I won't mention Russ's name, but but his thing is equity. Everything needs to be, and we agree with him. He's like the clarion call in our meetings. Everything has to be equitable and fair, and we don't think that's fair. So the $25, in our opinion, needs to be removed. It's not fair and it's not effective.
Hey, interrupt you. Do we have a number about how many mercantile license owners we have in this town?
Well, we had 1,020 last year. We probably have about 1,200 this year.
100, Emily? 1,500?
1,200, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Say like
thought you were supposed to
1,300
be
maybe,
raising
yeah.
revenue for us, Dennis. not-
We're getting to that part,
Oh,
Mike. We're
okay.
getting to that part.
Okay.
Now, here's what we need, here's what we think you ought to do. You ought to, once and for all, and I know this was done back, and Jules Roush was involved in this back like 2015, 2016, somewhere in that neighborhood. We need to determine once and for all how many off-street parking spaces are required by our code for every commercial and residential property in this town. Now, that's what the law says. If you don't like that, then you can get rid of that law. But until you do that, that's what it has to be. You have to have off-street parking. And we need to look carefully at all of the approved site plans for every residential and commercial property to see how many parking spaces were provided and how many had a variance attached to them, which is really the heart of the problem. We also need to look at the mercantile licenses because a lot of them are based on parking requirements, seat requirements, and space requirements. That's the other problem. Some of them are based on seats, some of them are based on the existence of the business, and some are based on the square footage of the property. We need to look at the fire code, basically, maximum occupancy. That could be and should be the basis for parking requirements. If you're permitted no more than 200 people in your restaurant, then you have to have parking spaces for every 4 of them. The residential site improvement, we saw them before, the number of bedrooms determine the number of parking spaces. And then you have to act, and then we want you to enact an annual fee based on those required spaces that are not provided off-site. We commend anyone who can provide off-street parking, and we also think they shouldn't be charged anything because they've done what they can do. And this fee has no relation to the initial zoning variances regarding that parking, because it's clear that while one part of the city government has said, well, you can forget about the parking we think you need, but it's another thing to say we don't care about the impact your lack of parking has on us on an annual basis. So we want that fee to be annual, and we want it to be based on a per space requirement. And of course, if you don't have the need for off-site parking, you shouldn't be paying any fees for anything. So we think no fees should be applied to anybody who does provide it either on-site on their property or a remote off-site space. And that situation sort of came up indirectly a couple of years ago when the motel down on the beach wanted to have, couldn't meet the parking requirements and wanted to have remote off-site parking, but didn't have any idea where that would be. So, am I? I'm not getting a, okay, got it. All right. Now, we also, as a third element of our recommendation, we would like you to take a look in a comprehensive way about all of the various parking requirements because they're disjointed and inconsistent across our code. Some are based on seating capacity, some on functional capacity. Some are prescribed by the occupancy load, which is 5 square feet per person. There's a big difference between mall seating and outdoor seating. And there's no linkage between these outdoor seating arrangements and anything that's required in Section 524 of the code. And just basically, they're routinely ignored anyway. So we need you to take a careful look. We'll help you with that if you'd like us to, but we need to take a careful and comprehensive look at all the ways that the city requires parking. Now, let's talk revenue. Parking meters, we currently generate 2.1 million. That money goes to the general fund. We also have that parking fee that generates $31,000. That's the $25 fee.
Based on how many?
That's on the mercantile license fee. That's every license gets the $25. We also provide in our code permits for various parking arrangements, like, for example, if you don't have a place to park on your property, you can park in your driveway, that sort of thing. You can also reserve a space in front of your house. And then the public lots that we operate, they generate $54,000 per year. Now, if you want to look at potential revenue, Mike, and this is where you want to sharpen your pencils, if you just took that number, and again, I'm using this only as an example, but if you took that number of 7,100 spaces, that's what the code says we need for those 4 entities. There's lots more. The real number is somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000. But if you took 7,100 parking spaces required by our code, and you put a fee for each of those spaces, this is the kind of revenue you would generate. If the fee were $100, you'd have an annual generation of $710,000. If you made it $75, it would be $5,302. $5,302,000. You got.
532.
If you made it 50, it would be 355,000, and if you made it 25, it would be 177. This is the kind of money that you need to do comprehensive solutions to your parking problem, because that money then goes into the parking trust fund, and that becomes the real substance of changing the way you move cars around town. And you will never be able to do it because the community will not let you hit the taxpayers, hit the property taxes, and everybody pays property taxes. But there's just no way to generate this kind of money without something like this. And the reason that money is up there is because it comes from the fact that we require off-street parking. It's our code. If we don't enforce our code, then why don't we just continue, have another 35 years of being an embarrassingly overcrowded town that everybody hates to have to come to because they can't find a parking space. Now, here's our recommendations. Beef up the trust fund ordinance to make it work properly, get rid of the $25 assessment, create the parking impact fee, and we gave you options that range from $25 to $100. I would suggest that you select the parking fee only after you've completed your analysis of how many parking spaces you need. But I gave you this chart simply to show the kind of generation of funds you could have. And again, those big numbers on the left, on the right, are the only way you will be able to fund a comprehensive solution. And please don't raise the parking meter fees. That's not going to solve the problem. You can also, if you want to, dedicate portions of any parking-related revenue to the parking trust fund. And because you have a significantly impressive surplus, and we have a tremendous revenue flow, we're in good shape. We can divert some of the monies that we typically used for general fund revenue into the parking trust fund and even make it stronger. Again, the comprehensive solution needs a comprehensive funding, and that's what we're recommending. And it's kind of this right here. Now, we're responsible for the top block, but we need somebody to work on the bottom block. But we need somebody to also do these funding recommendations so that when the solutions are developed, we don't have to say, well, how are we going to pay for this? The money's got to be ready for us to make the changes as soon as we figure out what we're going to do. And that's essentially our recommendation.
Thank you very much, Dennis. As always, great information and details. I really appreciate it. Council, any questions or comments?
I just want to make a comment. You know, it's nothing to do with, it has to do with this. Back when I was on the zoning board, I felt like I was the only guy that would point out the lack of parking spaces, or person on the board point it out and say that $5,000 needs to be triggered for each spot, you know, originally. And I never got support for that on the zoning board.
No, and see, that's the problem.
Oh, but it's the code.
Yeah.
The code says it must be followed, but that was something I never got support from on the board back then.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was very bizarre.
Can you say that more detailed, what you think should happen?
Well, I just think that it should just be an automatic thing. It should not be something that the board decides, you know.
Oh, understood, yeah.
It should be
The
automatic.
board gives exceptions and approves variances on the number of parking spaces, and then what occurs, unfortunately, is there's no assessment for that.
Yeah, and the variances come from a mindset of, in a zoning and a planning situation, you're talking about hardship for the applicant and the whole thing, and the applicant will typically always make a nice case for why he can't provide this. Like the shop up in the boardwalk, where are they going to get 40 parking spaces? And so their argument was, it's a hardship, we can't do that. And so the planning board would typically say, okay, we'll give you a variance for that. That's okay, but what happens to the rest of the city when that happens time after time after time? And every time there's an applicant given a variance that doesn't have to meet parking requirements, then the city's parking problem becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And more cars come in, no more spaces are available. What are you going to do except listen to people complain about parking? And again, there's lots, all you need to do is look at the master plan for the last 35 years. There's lots of ways that people have suggested we could fix the parking problem. Some of them are like the parking garage, I'll say, that meets with opposition because a lot of folks will say, oh, I don't want a parking garage, it's not Cape May. And other people say, well, I would like a parking garage, but I don't want it because I'm not going to pay for it. Why should the taxpayers pay for that? So it's always coming down to money, which is why I think in your foresight last January, you asked MTRAC to come up with a way to fund this thing that's from new money, and I think we did that. So now it's in your hands.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Any other questions or comments on this?
Just did you look at legal opinions for things that are pre-existing, non-conforming? I don't know if.
Yeah.
Is that, did you look at legal opinions
and
on that?
we did look at a little bit of that. And the problem is that dichotomy between zoning and planning approval, site plan approval, and consequences on the city side. You can have a hardship and get a variance, but our proposal is you just can't walk away from the impact of that. The impact is the need for parking spaces. We understand you can't get 40 spots, but where are we going to get 40 spots? So, and that's why, number one, we need a fee that's annual, because this will encourage, I think, a lot of people to say, well, I don't want to pay an annual fee. Maybe I will put some spots on my property, or maybe I will develop an off-street parking arrangement, valet service. So the object is to get spaces for cars or cars off the street. The city could also use this money if there's a lot of it, and there will be a lot of it. You can use that money to do things that you might typically never want to do, which might be, God forbid, a parking garage, which would be bonded and paid for not from city revenues, but from the parking trust fund revenues.
Okay, great.
I asked the same question. We're not disrupting the variance that was granted. This is an assessment, irrespective of the variance.
Thank you, Martin, and a member of MTRAC.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank
Anything
you.
else? Okay,
Thank you, Dennis.
thank you.
I got to get back on track with the agenda. Now, Mr. Roush, we have public comment. We're close to 2 hours in, 3 hours in. I got to get on the agenda. We will open it up to public comment soon here. I have the city manager update.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. We had a meeting this past week dealing with Jackson Street, talking about parking. Bill Scott from the Virginia Hotel and Mark Kolowski from the Mayor Batter met with me, the mayor, police, and fire chiefs, along with our solicitor, Gillen Schwartz, in the council chambers to resolve the issue of traffic being stopped and blocked along Jackson. So when stopping and standing on the east side of Jackson Street, where there's a valet and many deliveries to both venues, which creates a serious safety problem. All emergency responses not being able to get through could result in a serious tragedy. The resolution, by removing the 2 parking meters directly across from those 2 businesses on the west side, loading and valet, would be a safer location. Tonight, I think on the agenda you have to give possibly a proposal to approve the solution. Each the Mad Batter and the Virginia will be paying $3,000 each in a settlement that will cover the cost of the removal of those 2 parking meters. The proposal is in the best interest of public safety, and that has been requested by our police and fire and all our emergency components. So I'd ask for that support tonight. The other public safety issue is at Elmira and Venice, the 3-way stops. The residents on Elmira are pleased with the stop signs. Comments like from some of the neighbors, these measures potentially in combination with traffic control measures on Elmira Street will provide an opportunity for pedestrians and bikers to travel Elmira more safely. Another resident said, we on Elmira are united in keeping the stop signs for the safety of our children and tourists who rent houses on Elmira. Another neighbor said, our neighborhood is, one of the quotes, is much safer as a result of the 2 stop signs recently added. I applaud the city management team for their common sense approach to a serious safety hazard. And to date, there's been no issues there. I had one comment from a person who said there was an incident. It was a drunk driver in the neighborhood. There was no accident in that area. To continue, the seat count that council asked for the restaurants is ongoing with the Code Enforcement Office. The public address system that the council's been working on along the promenade is apparently running okay now along the beach and promenade. Our police is enforcing the low-speed vehicles. That's the golf carts and all the other low-speed vehicles that have been requested by this council. The police are doing a good job on that. Now I'll talk about another parking issue. Parking permit 2004-2010 permit parking on the street for registered owners only, other parked vehicles. We're having an issue where the city allows the parking sign, say, in front of a house that's renting rooms. Well, that permit has a number supposed to be on the rearview mirror, the permit number, and the license plate number. But it seems to be that people that have those signs are violating by having their guests parked there. I just want to let the public know the police are going to start to enforce that, and we're getting complaints about it all the time. So that ordinance has been in effect for 13 years, and just talking about money, the fee's been the same for the last 13 years. The fee in May to October, the permit's $350. January to December, it's $500. At this time, I'm going to ask Paul Dietrich. He's been very patient here tonight to give an engineer report to the council. So if you could be brief, like my friend Dennis was.
Thank you, Mike. Obviously this is my first meeting as a city engineer here, and I hope to be able to be here more frequently. I know you sometimes you get the engineering reports that you get long delays between some of them, and I hope to be a more frequent participant here, just to be able to give council and the public updates on some of the projects, because we do have a lot of projects going on. I did give the council a little memo on some of the projects. I'm just going to hit a couple of them because I know we've touched on. I think you mentioned a couple of them. The seawall project, that CAFR permit was submitted to DEP and deemed complete on June 5th, and they're anticipating having the final design in the early spring to keep that project moving forward. They are also coordinating with the Army Corps seawall project up at Wilmington Avenue, and they're probably going to be changing their style of promenade to kind of match the city's style. So they kind of looked at what we're doing and saw that need to change. The public restroom on the promenade next to Convention Hall, that project is moving forward. We have to get a mechanical engineer out there to design the mechanical and electrical stuff, but we hope to have that project ready for bidding over the next month and a half. The lifeguard and beach showers, that CAFR permit was deemed complete and submitted June 20th. So that's a recent project, and obviously once those projects hit the DEP, we do get a little bit of a delay at that point, but at least we've moved the project on where we've got them submitted and moving forward. Later this evening on the agenda, I know we do have the USDA grant application to move forward 4 streets. In working with Mark de Blasio, we're looking at trying to create an approach where we're stacking different grants on top of each other to lessen the municipal funds on some of our street and water and sewer upgrades. So we're kind of doing everything in the street at one time, but also trying to get different funding sources to lessen the cost to the township or the city. The EV charging stations, they're anticipating submitting the building permits next week to keep those projects moving forward. So that's just kind of some of the projects. Just wanted to give the council an update on.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich, and welcome. So,
Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, just to add on, we talked about, Paul and I, after reviewing a number of permits last year, we've collected about $6,500 in application fees and about $32,500 in engineering escrow review fees. Well, those $32,500 are going to offset his salary.
That's great. Okay. Any city solicitor, any updates?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Before we get into ordinances for introduction, I'd ask for a 3-minute break just to use the facilities or whatever necessary. So I'm going to ask for a 3-minute break, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much.
Thanks for looking that up, Chris.
Good luck with the weather.
I had dinner reservations for 6 o'clock. I thought that'd be safe.
For dinner, me too.
Do you think-
My wife's birthday today. I said, I should be on by 6, we'll go to dinner.
Will we make breakfast?
Yeah. It's her birthday. I said, the meeting should only be about 2 hours. 2 hours shit. It's 3 hours and we're not done yet.
No.
It's crazy.
All right, we are back in session. For the record, is now 5:58. On to ordinances for introduction. The first ordinance, 515-2023. Apparently, several parties involved would like to further discuss this, and I do want to thank Chief Fashaw, Chief Coulter, for being included in trying to get this figured out. Jackson Street's a tough street, we all know that, and it has been for many, many years. But in any event, the two parties have asked for a little more time to perfect this, and hopefully they do. With that, I'd like to table this. Do I have a motion to table?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second? Any questions or comments, council? Roll call.
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Malik?
Yes. On to 516.
Can I have a question before that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any way we can pull 516 and do it after 509, the public hearing?
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Because they relate to each other, and I
Yes,
just
they
would like
do.
to have discussion on that.
No problem. So we don't have to pull it, we'll just go out of order.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you.
So on to, well,
506 we already tabled.
Right.
okay.
Did we give you a motion on that, Emily? Okay.
Yes.
Can't remember.
On to 508 then?
No,
507.
Sorry. 507.
Yeah, 507-2023, an ordinance amending zoning code to include minimum requirements for landscape buffers to surround private and semi-private swimming pools.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second? Pardon me, there is a public portion. Anyone wishing to speak on, sorry, I went to the second page here. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 507, 2023?
I just have a quick comment, and this is, I have a neighbor that has a pool, and to be honest with you, I love looking at her pool. She has it lit up at nighttime. I get enjoyment about seeing her pool. I don't have one, but I enjoy hers. And I understand the idea of putting this barrier up, but at the same time, when you put a barrier up around a pool, then people start to think that they are in a confined space and they can be even louder, I think. By having them realize that there's actually neighbors there that they can see, I think it makes them more aware of the noise. I know that you want to put the thing up to absorb the noise, but at the same time, if you have a total hedge and people think they're in there, they think they're just, that they don't even know that there's neighbors next door. And I think that was just my comment, that we want to make sure that we're not putting up a wall that people don't realize that there's actually neighbors as close as they are.
Thank you.
Council, if I can, I think we should go over maybe the planning board's comments, because there were some recommended changes here.
Should we finish public comment?
Sure.
Is anyone else wishing to speak on 507? No, we'll close public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Solicitor, sorry.
So the planning board reviewed this for master plan consistency and found overall that it was consistent, subject to a few recommendations. So I just want to point out what those are, and I did provide council with a red line copy. I hope that everyone got a chance to see that. But I'll go over the changes for the record as well. And the indication here is in the section, there's a new section in section A. It indicates that all landscape plants shall be typical full specimens. And we previously had in here a list of plantings to be approved by the Environmental Commission and Shade Tree Commission for quality and installation. The recommendation here would be to provide, instead, to have plantings for an effective buffer for a location of the pool consistent with the requirements herein. And there's height and location and planting space requirements already built into this. And then to indicate the Environmental Commission and Shade Tree Commission may provide an informational list of recommended plantings. And I did receive both the Environmental Commission and the Shade Tree Commission both provided a few recommendations, and they overlap. So I'll point that out too. And particularly the Environmental Commission provided, I think it's Jersey Planting or some website that has a list of appropriate plantings. So that's a good resource. And I'll just give you an example of something that's in there. Arborvitae, you see that all over. A lot of people put those in their backyards. That's on the list that was, or the resource that was provided by the Environmental Commission. So, in other words, they've provided feedback on this, but the initial comment here was to make that informational, suggestive, but not a mandate. So the other requirements for plantings would control, and we already have the other requirements that we don't plant invasive species anywhere. So that's still out there, and that would apply to this as well. So opening the door to, different types of plantings, different ways of arranging that, but at least providing those as a resource. So that was the first recommendation. The second thing is to make irrigation systems, instead of, a shall, you're recommending that irrigation systems be required, or excuse me, recommending that they be installed in connection with the plantings rather than requiring them to be. And then indicating here as well, drought-resistant plantings are also recommended. And then the last comment was to indicate that a shed, garage, or similar existing accessory structure may serve as part of the buffer area contemplated herein for purposes of surrounding the pool, so long as it provides substantially similar protection and complies with all other applicable codes and regulations. Just to give you an example of that in practice, as this indicates, there's already a 10-foot setback requirement for pools. What this new provision requires within that 10-foot setback area, 4 feet of green space around it. If you have a shed that's a permitted, maybe they got a variance for it, maybe it's placed there pursuant to the code, you can use that shed or accessory structure as part of the buffer area. So it meets up with the buffer, and that just recognizes that you don't have to make a weird jog line with the green space buffer or anything like that. You can incorporate it with approved accessory structures in the rear yard to make a continuous buffer. So that's what that recommendation would include and allow. So those are the 3 major changes. They're redlined in the attachment that was provided to council. And if you wanted to consider adopting those, you could adopt them as an amendment tonight. This will be then republished with those changes, and then second reading potentially at the next meeting.
Okay, any other questions or comments, council? Any questions or comments? No? Roll call? Yes, absolutely. We can open public comment on that.
Jules Rouse, 1010 New York Avenue. I like some of the changes, but when you look at it at a buffer, Leland cypress are used as a buffer.
Mm-hmm.
On our adjoining property, we've got a buffer of Leland cypress that are over 50 feet high. We have a brand new property that's been approved at the corner of New York and Madison, and they have Leland cypress on a 3-foot center that were planted a year and a half ago. They're already trimmed down to a height of 8 feet. If they don't get trimmed, they will be, in a few years, 18 to 20 feet high. That becomes a barrier. That's not a fence. It is a barrier. And I think, I don't know what the solution is. I asked the planning board a number of years ago that they look at fence height in comparison with vegetation height and not make that much of a distinction. I mean, you can put up a small fence 6 feet high, and it's nice. It looks nice when it's plastic or whatever it is, and then put a planting of the Leland cypress as I described, and those things are more than being solid. There's another issue that happens within that 4 feet with plants like Leland cypress. They've got a root system that's phenomenal. And when they're close to properties, improved properties, they're foundation issues. Now, I know, the owner has the right to trim someone else's roots if they go beyond the property line, but that's not, I don't know what a solution is, but I think it needs to be looked at. how high are we going to allow the plants that are planted to grow?
Thank you. I see that as an issue, obviously, but not necessarily
For this one.
exactly pertinent to this. I mean, I understand the point, Mr. Roush, but I see that as something separate that could be dealt with. I mean,
Actually, the Environmental Commission could at least have a discussion about that, which I'd be glad to bring that up there. I mean, because
Probably,
it
and
might
then-
be a major water-consuming plant, which
Right.
may be undesirable and could possibly go on to the not invasive or undesirable species list. So I'll bring the subject up. I mean, there's some plantings that are very unusual, I'm sure.
any other questions or comments on this, council? Roll call?
Mayor?
Please.
I'm sorry. Just before we vote on this, does council want to adopt the amendments that were proposed by the plan?
Oh, I apologize. I
Yes,
thought we.
yeah, yes.
And if so, you would be, the motion would be to incorporate the recommendations made by the planning board as provided in that red line copy that I gave you, and then you would adopt or introduce again on first reading, and it would be republished, and then you would have a second reading and another public hearing at the next meeting. That would be the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we do adopt the recommendations from the planning board.
Do I have a second to that?
I'll second that.
So we are taking a motion and a second
To adopt the.
To amend it.
Incorporate
To
the
amend,
amendments by the planning
incorporate the recommendations.
to incorporate the recommendations.
Yes.
And then we'll have another first reading.
Yes, we have to do roll call
Substantial.
first.
Right.
Okay. Roll call, please?
Yeah.
Councilmember Yeager,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember McDade,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Malik.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce as amended.
And do we, is that what we should do?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meyer.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments on that? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember McDade,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Malik.
Yes, thank you.
Next, we have 508-2023, an ordinance updating and adopting historic design standards for the City of Cape May Historic Preservation Commission.
Do I have a motion?
Public hearing.
Public hearing, thank you. Anyone here wishing to speak on 508, Historic Preservation Update? Seeing none, we can close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mayor, before we vote on that, can I just point out a clarification that was referenced at the planning board for council and for the public? That's on page 9 of the design standards. It just outlines the development review process, and there were clarifications referenced at the planning board hearing, just to confirm that the property owner submits a plan to the planning board or zoning board office in that second box. And this is just to confirm the process that we already have in place. People submit an application. If they have to go to one of the land use boards, it gets kicked to the Historic Preservation Commission, who can either send advice pursuant to the municipal land use law, or they can ask for a conceptual hearing at that point. Many do. And then they're teed up for the planning board or zoning board hearing. So all the only changes that were made to the development review process were to clarify our existing practices. So it's not anything substantive, it's just to clarify that in writing.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, council? I'll just say to Chairman Copeland, Solicitor Feinberg, I see Pip Campbell, I think we all recognize what a wonderful job, and I think, Mr. Copeland, you complimented the gentleman, I believe it was, that you worked with in regards to the actual updates and the graphics, and it's so much more user-friendly, and I think not only explains what the rule is, but in certain instances why, and what, it really allows the reader to understand and provides great examples of, what you're doing to your house is really maintaining our National Historic Landmark status through the work that you're doing. And I think, highly compliment, all the hard work that you put into it, and I just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Anything else?
I
Roll-
ditto all those sentiments, yeah. The team, and I was part of the PIP led us beautifully with Steve, and Steve did a fabulous job. But the team really put together, and a lot of hard work
Yeah.
went into that. And it was in such a short period of time, because that was that grant was, and so you're going to start to see other things kind of develop, education, and additional things on the website, so.
Nice job, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes?
Mayor Mellon?
Yes.
Next, we have 509-2023, an ordinance amending Section 7 of the City of Cape May Code to establish additional stop intersections along Elmira Street and Venice Avenue.
Do I have a motion?
We do have a public hearing on that as well.
Yeah, thank you. And
Wait a minute.
I apologize. Which one was the one we removed?
516 was the one that was going to be introduced after we discussed
Okay.
509.
Is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
This one first.
Okay.
Do we have anyone here to speak on 509, ordinance 509?
Hi, just a quick comment. The Department of Transportation's manual on uniform traffic control devices states that stop signs should not be used to control speeding. That they actually found out that people actually speed between stop signs when you're trying to slow it down. But my point is, if we put that as a three-way stop, by law, you're going to have to take some of those parking spots away that come out of Venice Avenue because of the fact there has to be so many feet. So I just want to make sure that the neighbors on that street know that they're going to be losing parking on this three-way stop, but also on the other resolution or the other ordinance you're going to introduce that's going to be no parking from that point forward.
Not on Venice.
Thank you. Any other comment on 509? Seeing none, we can close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second? Anyone second?
No,
No?
I'm not seconding.
Okay.
Well, I'll second it.
Yeah.
In the
Okay.
comments.
Sure. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments, council?
Yeah, so my concern is that we are using a stop sign to control speed. And I can tell you that the Elmira Street folks, we've gotten plenty of emails, and they are so appreciative. They feel so much safer. Life is a whole lot better on Elmira Street, and I think that's obviously a good thing. But I was hoping that we could keep this stop sign, not make it permanent. I'd rather see that we would continue to keep it as a temporary stop sign, because I think there may be other methods of getting to where they need to get. I mean, the streets are going to be repaved, and I think speed calming devices may be a better suited alternative than the stop sign, which is being inappropriately used. And why am I concerned? This isn't going to be the last time. If they get it, how many more streets in this town are the neighbors going to ask us to put a stop sign in? This is opening Pandora's box in my mind. And again, I would never take it away from them. They're living good right now, and it's the way it should be. But we have a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit there, and we still have problems. I mean, something's wrong. And I really hope that we could find some other alternatives to the stop sign.
So I agree with keeping it perhaps temporary, and investigating, and whether or not, a traffic study concludes that the stop sign is a good solution, or whether or not it concludes that perhaps, calming, lane-type situations would be the right solution there. But at least it would give us some time, and I agree with Councilman Yeager, that we don't want to have this become sort of the norm, because there are plenty of other streets where people would want to make the argument that they'd like to see things calm down. But I have to say, in this case, it seems like the means justified the end, because the neighbors are feeling very positive about it. But whether or not it's the right long-term solution, I don't know that we necessarily know that. It's been a short-term fix for them, but I think that we need to take it further.
One thing I'd just add to the conversation is that right now, Vince Orlando and Mr. Dietrich are cooperating on working together for a proposal to council, looking at Elmira Street to Venice, actually. Atlantic City Electric has committed to repaving Elmira Street and Venice Street, but they are looking at exactly how that would look. And part of that, I think, should be, is there any traffic calming measures that we can incorporate into that? They are also looking at, and Councilman Meyer was very instrumental and obviously wants to make sure to see that the sidewalk is completed on the substation side. And he and I both spoke to Vince Orlando, who is looking at trying to create a buffer of some vegetation, because we'd love to see some vegetation and landscaping done, and then a sidewalk on the closer side to the substation. But in any event, they are preparing that as we speak. And the way Paul's been getting things done already, I think we'll probably have that in our hands pretty quickly. But I do think some option for traffic calming within that would obviously be a good thing. But I also want to compliment both Chief Fashaw and Mike Vole for working with the Bicycle Committee, jumping right on an issue. We've gotten many complaints from Elmira Street. We all know it's a dangerous, congested kind of street. It's a terrible street to ride your bike on, and we'd like to fix that as much as possible through this new project that we're working on as we speak. But also, I appreciate the fact that, hey, let's take a look at this, see if this stop sign works, and we're hearing from the neighbors that it is. So I think it's, I agree with the concerns, though. I mean, are we going to start getting requests for this everywhere? And are we using it to slow up traffic? Is that how it's supposed to be done? So I think keeping it up while it seems to be doing its intended use, but also coming together with an actual plan that we can work out that perhaps doesn't include a stop sign makes a lot of sense as well.
And I would assure the people of Elmira Street that we will not do anything that ever lets it go backwards.
Right.
That has to be a commitment we make, that you will not see.
Yeah, that there will be a solution. We just may not know what it
back to what it was.
So what it might be.
If I can, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Looking, because I was against this from the beginning, but I reluctantly voted on it for the introduction. Then I started doing a little bit more research. Stacy alluded to it about the New Jersey Department of Transportation, and they clearly state that there are other measures that need to take place before you even consider a stop sign. The same thing with the MUTC, which is the Manual on Uniform Control Devices. They don't recommend stop signs there, but we're looking at probably speed tables of some sort, similar to when you're going into Stone Harbor. You see those calming devices that should go in there. But even more so, we instituted a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit throughout the city. And I think we need to have signs up. We discussed it here at this table, that when you're coming into all points of the city, whether it's from West Cape May to Cape May, coming in over the, each bridge, whatever, that we need to have that's strictly enforced.
We're a slow zone community,
People
is
don't,
what I call it.
Right, but
slow zone community.
A lot of people don't realize that, and this has only been done, the past few months.
Yeah.
So the signage is not out there. I think we need to do something about that. And Councilman Yeager, the same thing. I mean,
Can I ask that you work with Councilman Yeager from the Pedestrian Bicycle Committee on recommendations to council in regards to signage, speed signs, and then you said the no-wake zone or whatever we want to call it.
I think something that goes along the lines of more of a marketing effort. We're well into the season at this point, but, we still have a pretty busy fall and early winter season here. We really need to market it more. It needs to be apparent when you're coming onto the island, like there are many island communities, that when you're coming on, it's front and center. I'm not a fan of those sort of plug-in, signs that come across, but we've got to do something that puts a marquee around this that really makes people be aware that Cape May is looking for you to, really slow it down, take the pace, down a notch, drive, carefully and slowly through the community. So,
Mr. Mayor, quick question, because in order to put up a stop sign, it needs to be codified. And I don't know if we can put up a temporary stop sign, maybe because ACE is doing construction there, I'm not sure, and I guess that's more of a legal question.
Chris mentioned that last meeting.
Yeah, I think because you stated that it was a construction zone, you might be able to.
I think it was, and at some point in the very near future, it may not be. So my recommendation for council would be, if you want to continue this discussion about making an alternative solution for Elmira, and maybe there's some paving anticipated for the future, but you recognize that this may be a temporary fix, I think you codify it, recognize that you don't want to go backwards on it, and what that does is it puts the police in a better enforcement position because it's then codified. And we can, there's definitely a good faith discussion about what should be done there. But if you don't want to go backwards and you want to keep this in place until you find the next thing that's an improvement on that, that would be probably the best way to proceed if council, the majority of council thinks that these should stay until you determine what the better solution is.
So,
And knowing that, but that's probably the best way to keep it consistent, so you're not floating out there with the traffic control device that's not tied to an ordinance provision.
So you're recommending that we go ahead and
Approve this?
approve?
Pass it.
pass it.
Well, it's still not,
Which I don't have a problem with, but I think that everybody has to understand that we should really have another answer to it.
Can we not have language or some language added to this, Chris, that would say that with the intention of evaluating the, whether or not that this is the best long-term solution for this particular?
I wouldn't do that. I would internally, that can be reflected in the minutes that this is the fix for now. And if you're not going to take them away, you codify it. And there's a rational basis for that here. It's, that Elmira is a main artery to town from West Cape May. So to put a stop signal there, I can envision a rational basis for that. But the discussion about what you do next is something that I think is already in process. And that can be, if that change comes about, that's a better option, then we amend the ordinance at that time. And you can always do away with this, or you can change it to something else. But if you're not going to, if the majority of council doesn't want to take those signs away, they should be codified.
So
And that's for the police.
So without the option of having language in there that indicates it's temporary or to be amended in the future, then I think I have to vote to approve it, because I don't see taking it away right now, not with the kind of positive messaging that we've received from the residents and visitors who have rental on that street. And I understand, Deputy Mayor, your concerns, but I'm also caught in trying to be responsive to the individuals living there, and the fact that there has been such a positive response, and then feeling that this has really changed their street life, and so I'm challenged with that, but hopefully Paul and Vince come back to us in short order. Paul, you're on the clock, and give us something that we could, alternatively look at.
They just to be clear on that point, they have to be quick, because Atlantic City Electric is looking at this as a fall project.
Okay.
So if we were to request certain changes to that project, it's going to have to happen pretty quickly.
Okay.
See, I still think that, we haven't signed everything. We haven't put, there are certain things that we can do. Atlantic City Electric is going to be out there. I have heard so much negative about this sign,
Okay.
about this stop sign
Yeah.
there. I've heard actually more negative than I've heard
Yeah,
positive.
Yeah, that hasn't come across in the emails that we've gotten.
The
so I
email,
don't know.
yeah, the emails were generated. Yeah.
May I make a comment?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
I would like to, since we're having a discussion of where we all stand on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like the people to know that I can't say, I agree with Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Yeager, and I can't repeat what they said because it was so perfect. I can look both ways at this. This is going to be a construction site for the foreseen future. So the stop signs are going to be there no matter what. Two, this doesn't go into effect, or it doesn't become enforceable until the 15th of next month. And then when we decided to change this, if and when we do that, that's going to be a 3-month process to get rid of those again. So, I mean, we don't have to do anything, and everything can stay the same for the next foreseeable future. There was a DWI there the other night. These stop signs didn't stop it from happening, okay? Maybe even confused the person
It didn't, it could have confused them.
as well.
And it's confused a lot of people.
And I agree it should not be a calming measure, and I agree that there could be some kind of speed table, and I would just make a suggestion, if we're going to work on this right now while we talk about it, it should be closer to the bridge. Even if it's nobody likes the sound of those rumble strips, but even if that was the case, get it as far as the edge of town. And
Away from the
once you
houses.
come into Cape May and you cross our threshold, you're going to know, because you have to slow down because you're going to be flying through the air if you don't. The last thing I have to say is, yes, I have received a lot of positive support from the Elmira Street area, but I have gotten constant local negative remarks. And I think it was about 4 o'clock, my phone got 2 text messages that said, dude, get rid of them. So
I got text too.
Yeah. And the only thing I'm concerned with is both the MUTC and the NJDOT state that this is not what we should be doing. And Paul, could you, is that something you can chime in on? Or, I mean,
that is what the code says. You got to have a proper engineering analysis, and it looks at 4 or 5 factors that you have to consider, and then other traffic conditions. But you got to look at those things before you go through that. I mean, other intersections, it's pretty straightforward, but this type of intersection, you really should do an engineering analysis to make sure that it's proper.
I mean, so Shane, what was your recommendation? Just
Well,
basically,
my recommendation is, one, let's get to Atlantic City Electric and let them know that what we're looking for, and let them know what we're thinking about in this particular case, and getting the speed bump or speed table. I would say it's not broken the way it is. We don't have to do anything, and they will still remain there. The neighbors will not like our decision, but it's not like it's a final decision either way.
So just to clarify, I don't know what you said. Are you saying that we should remove the stop signs or keep the stop signs?
I'm saying that we don't have to have this ordinance at all, and those stop signs are going to be there until that construction's finished.
Can we table
And that
this
way, we don't
ordinance
have to
then?
wait 3
Oh.
months to take it off the
Can we
Okay.
take it
Now I'm-
table?
now I got it.
But there are 2 those stop sign. There are 2 stop signs that are still on this ordinance that
Oh, that's
still
true.
should
That's
be
Orgy.
still.
Oh, yeah.
You have the Venice Avenue one. The one on Venice still needs to be codified in the ordinance, and the one on Pearl Street. So there are 2 stop signs that definitely.
No.
You still have to
There
have the
was
one
one
on
added.
Venice.
Venice would go.
No, Venice would stay. The stop sign on Venice as you face Elmira.
You're right.
That should be a stop.
That was
That
the
is a-
stop?
What?
It just wasn't in our.
It just wasn't in the ordinance.
code.
But
Gotcha.
That's a
Whether you add
housekeeping.
the other 2
Okay.
is the real
Yeah, the other
question.
two- yeah, the other two should
ones
still be-
on
It's
Elmira.
That
housekeeping,
makes sense.
really.
Okay.
But council, if I can, just want to illustrate my recommendation, which is just not being, you don't want to proceed half pregnant on this. And the reason, I don't know what other word to use for that, but the issue is, it is on the enforcement side. And if there was something like a DUI on that street, not having this codified
Yeah,
potentially leaves the city open to, or on the enforcement side, of probable cause challenges and things like that. And a creative defense attorney might look into this, or they might not. So that's why I'm not recommending that you do this or don't do this, but if the stop signs are going to remain for the foreseeable future until you find something new, you either codify them or remove them, and that's just for on the police
It's a
side.
protective cover.
Yeah, I'm getting, we have two options, council. We codify this and keep the stop signs, or the stop signs are gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the options that I'm seeing.
Gone tomorrow, we have construction there. Why should they be gone tomorrow?
Because they weren't there during the construction before.
I think there's a basis for, for temporary traffic control devices in the context of a construction area. Let me put that out there. That's a valid reason to put traffic control devices. But if we're going to have this out there for the foreseeable future, until the next best thing is developed, this should be codified. And if you believe in it, if you believe in having something there until the next thing.
Let me say this before we answer that, and I know I'm speaking for everyone because you've all said it to me. We supported 20 mile an hour, which I think is great, and that's a separate topic, but I do see a difference in town this year. It's always, you get to the heat of the season, and things always look a little quicker, and I think it actually has made a difference. All of you have asked for a LED speed sign there. I know Chief Fashaw and Eric Brzezinski have a PO going in to order those, so that will be there, as well as actively engineering that street as we speak, which I know every one of you support as well. So no matter what, we're definitely going to be improving that area. But I think the decision we have tonight is, are we codifying this or not? I mean, that's...
And you're not stuck with it if you do it. You can change, you can come up with something better, and we can change the ordinance, but it's just on the enforcement side to give clear direction to the.
And either way, I think the police vehicle should remain there, you know.
gone.
I think
It should go back.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you
always
think?
have to the 15th of August to change our mind.
Yeah,
Please, Chief.
Please do. Yeah.
I concur with everything you're saying, and I think this move was made as a safety maneuver, regardless. It was brought to my attention, what do we do here? In speaking with the manager's office and everyone there and some of the neighbors, the area was very confusing for a long time, almost 2 years with all this construction going on there with Atlantic City Electric. And they've been a team member of ours. They're not our enemy, they're our ally with this. So some of the studies that need to go on here, maybe we push it back towards AC Electric. Hey, you're repaving this road, you've caused some confusion, there's a tower here, you put a big building there. Maybe we ask them to pay for the study. I don't know. Say, hey, you're putting pavement in here, maybe they have an engineer on staff, maybe they could work with Paul and say, hey, we do need calming tables there. I do agree something needs to be there. It can't just go away now that you put some stop in there. People predominantly speed up past the stop. They stop at it and they run to the next one that you put in last year or 2 years ago at Elmira and Broad, which was the best thing ever. That was a no-brainer. With this, relating to the DUI and enforcement, that DUI, that individual struck a parked car. The stop signs had nothing to do with it. But if, in fact, he had run the stop sign, and then we had it, somehow the person that got hit said, hey, he ran a stop sign, I can't ticket on a non-codified sign. So if you're going to have something there, I need something to give me that enforcement power either way. Speed table isn't going to give me enforcement table, it isn't going to give me that, but I think that entrance point into Cape May and also Lafayette Street, I sat at the pedestrian safety meeting with Terry Dubaldi and everyone there. Lafayette Street coming in, same thing. I agree with you, Shane. From the bridge in, rumble strips are going to annoy certain people on that street.
We won't do that.
We won't do that.
I just want to make sure they...
Stone Harbor Common, that whole thing, they're like 30 feet
won't.
long. So you don't have a lot of space in between there and Venice to create that, but you're going to, Mr. Dietrich's going to create something there to go there. I think that's what you do. And then maybe you have West Cape may reverse it on their way out onto Park Boulevard, those four-way stops. We've had multiple accidents there. In checking, because some of the council members asked me to check about accidents at Elmira and Venice, 0 for the last year. However, it doesn't mean it couldn't happen tomorrow. So there were 0 actions from this date today to last year on Elmira and Venice.
Chief, I called you and asked you, because frankly, your opinion on this means a lot to me. And you basically said, I'm not in love with this, but I think it makes more sense than not and does make it safer. So,
Right, that's the whole process of the discussion was to make it safer, to
Right.
create something. We had to, we pulled that out of our hat, hey, put a stop sign there. I was a part of the original conversation in half-heartedly agreeing with it, it's there. Something needs to happen, and there was a lot of traffic in there, and we were getting beat over our head with the speed there and everything else. So it did slow things down, and the neighbors, some of them are loving it, some of them are hating it. We're not going to please everyone. I do that every day. I don't please everybody, trust me. So traffic calming needs to happen. I agree with it, but I also concur with Mr. Gillingworth. Please codify something to give me power.
Yeah, I was
do
going to say, that's my biggest concern, that if we don't do something to be able to give you coverage.
And in this,
then-
yeah, absolutely. And in the same discussion, the other entrance point from the bridge, the little bridge coming into town at Lafayette Street, we just received multiple emails from that about speeding coming into town. And I think it's harder to do it up the beginning of the town because of all of the curb cuts. You can't put, like Mr. Dietrich will tell you, you're not allowed to put speed tables when there's people pulling out of their driveways. The only place you're going to effectively get that is at St. James Place. And we tried to, St. James is the length of traffic there. I think you might get them speeding to that point, but as you boom, slow them down when you come to because you're coming right to school. You know what I mean? So you're going to have the cut in at school, but let's slow things down. Wherever we can slow it down, slow it down.
That's perfect, right before the light, halfway up.
Yeah, I mean, I've respectfully apologized to the people that live from the bridge to that point, but, we get multiple complaints there, and it'll start to slow things down. And then I can enforce things. I will actively, my job, as everyone always tells me, enforcement. We have to educate the public this year on the speed limit, and then, get more, some marketing is key. There's not a lot of signage out there, and we don't want to have sign pollution from the complaints, but we need to make sure the marketing, I put as much as I can on social media, but only certain people
No,
read it.
I think we just need to have a much more of a plan around marketing to make sure that it's an imprimatur. People
Yes.
understand coming to Cape May means that it's.
And lastly, on that too, not to cut you off, but the buffer, we had spoken about the buffer for the sidewalk there, absolutely putting a buffer on the roadside and putting the sidewalk closer to the Elmira, or to the substation,
To the fence.
on that side of it, like you said, so people can walk from the bridge safely across there, because people are walking in traffic and biking in traffic.
They actually, when they make the bend towards Cape May, they cross the street at the bridge, which
Yep.
is that blind corner.
To get the other sidewalk going into West Cape May. So whatever we can do to make it safer, that was the original goal, to make it safer. That's all.
Thanks.
so maybe I can break a little bit of this stalemate, and I understand everyone's point and agree with all of them, honestly. But I think,
I don't think it's a stalemate per se. I think
no,
just
yeah.
letting everybody
Just
feel.
discussing
I'm
it.
ready
Just
to
a
go.
discussion. I've heard the chief say that he thinks it makes it a little safer. We still have some construction going on in the area. I'm going to vote yes for it for that reason, but we'll say right now that I'd like to see that stop sign removed as part of the project this fall with Paul Dietrich's and Vince Orlando's recommendations to Atlantic City Electric as part of the project.
Just to comment too, we still have the Safe Streets, we've put out the our RFP.
Yeah.
And those people are going to make recommendations all over the place. We can ask them to look at that specific entrance to town, and then it can be part of the, we get a second grant then to implement the proposals made in.
Well, and I would ask them also for them to look at Lafayette Street and just come back with a recommendation there too, Mike. Just give us, options on the main entrances to town, just to sort of, make sure that we're covering both sides, if it's at all possible. I think it would be.
We can vote yes, and this can be changed later with a good recommendation from professional.
With regard to.
Should we make,
all-encompassing professional design.
I agree with everything that's said, and I'm ready to vote yes as well. What should we do to let the county know and AC Electric know what our plans are for that area?
Well, Paul,
Let them know? Okay.
Paul's working.
We'll be discussing that with them.
All right, cool.
So I'm probably going to still vote no for this.
Okay.
The reason being, and I'll put it on the record, this doesn't go into effect until mid-August. It's almost the end of the season. It wasn't an emergency to begin with. It wasn't like anything happened immediately to prompt this. That's usually why you react. And I wonder, is that good governing? And I'm really concerned with that. We haven't put up signs. We haven't put up, a lot of the other things that we really need to do. And I mean, They're going to do that in the fall.
fully understand your points. I do, and couldn't argue against them.
Right.
I guess at the same time, trying to make sure that we're providing the right coverage for the police who are out there trying to enforce
They can't enforce until.
Yeah, and that's my primary concern right now, that I want to make sure that we're giving them the adequate coverage that they need to be able to do their job and not expose the city. So it is a very challenging balance, and I agree with your points, Deputy Mayor, but I'm just going to take, that I feel that is more important in my view only, in my opinion only, that I want to be able to provide that right now.
And can I also make a comment that we're not getting this at the 11th hour again, making sure that we know if there's going to be, signs that are going to be provided, that we know ahead of time, and we codify it prior to having to backtrack on this.
Sure. Yeah,
So
I agree with that from a
I
process standpoint.
really
Yeah.
feel like that's hand-tied us, really.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second, I believe, don't we?
I think so.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
No.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Now we have 516-2023, an ordinance amending Section 7-13 regarding prohibited parking on a portion of Elmira Street.
We have a,
Yeah, okay.
is this first reading or second? I'm sorry.
This is the introduction.
Got off of schedule.
I got off track. too.
Oh, this is intro, okay.
Intro.
Is this not on?
Right, prohibited, it's on the first page.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council?
Just a quick comment, because this piggybacks on the previous ordinance that we just passed. How many parking spots are we losing?
I don't think there's any already there, is there?
Yeah, you're not, actually, this came up, it's already marked as no parking. And this would be typical at a T intersection. You would typically have across the street from a T intersection, no parking, so that especially emergency vehicles can make that turn out of Venice in this case. So it's already marked as no parking, and the measurements that are here are based on what the no parking striping that's already on the street is marked.
Okay.
So there is no
It's
loss
just
of.
codifying it.
There is no
Okay.
loss of street. It's just codifying what's already out there on the street.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments, council?
It's a lot.
Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Next, we have 510-2023, an ordinance of the City of Cape May amending the revised general ordinances of the City of Cape May to provide for restricted handicap parking space at or adjacent to 1017 Lafayette Street for Joan Hurd.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on ordinance 510? Seeing none, we can close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
511-2023, it's bond ordinance providing for the acquisition of a fire truck and related apparatus by and in the City of Cape May, in the County of Cape May, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $952,381 bonds or notes of the city to finance part of the cost thereof.
We have a public hearing on this. Is anyone wishing to speak on 511? Bond ordinance 511? Seeing none, we can close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Next, we have the public portion on resolutions only. Those wishing to publicly comment, please come up and state your name and address.
Do we have any public comment on resolutions only this evening? Seeing none, we can close public comment on resolutions.
Is there anything council would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Anything, council?
No.
No? Okay?
For reports, we have the police incident report for the month of June 2023, fire incident report for the month of June 2023, tax collector and utility collections report for the month of May 2023, resolutions 190-07-2023, resolution awarding contract for the supply of HVAC maintenance service and repairs, 191-07-2023, resolution awarding contract for the supply of electrical maintenance service and repairs, 192-07-2023, resolution of the City of Cape May opposing portions of A-5175, which changes certain general election deadlines, 193-07-2023, resolution authorizing the execution of a vendor agreement by and between the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program in the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs and the City of Cape May to provide funds for qualified residential water and/or wastewater users in the City of Cape May. 194-07-2023, a resolution authorizing the city to award a contract to an Educational Services Commission of New Jersey cooperative vendor, Groff Tractor Mid-Atlantic LLC, for caseloader forks, side bucket, and bucket for the city of Cape May in the amount not to exceed $56,225. 195-07-2023, resolution for release of performance guarantee for 1105 Pittsburgh Avenue, Block 1172, Lot 4. 196-07-2023, resolution for the payment of bills. 197-07-2023, resolution authorizing execution of Engineers Joint Contract Documents Committee agreement in connection with USDA Rural Development Grant Loan Application.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mayor, before we take a vote, I just wanted to clarify it's 195-07-2023. There was an updated copy of that was circulated to council today. That's just to confirm it's a reduction of a performance guarantee, not an elimination or conversion to a maintenance guarantee. So that was just a clarification. Wanted to point that out for the record.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Yeager?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember McDade?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mellick?
Yes.
We are on to old business.
Old business? Anyone? Old business? No? New business? City solicitor?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
City manager?
No, sir.
City clerk?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
National Night Out.
Except National Night Out.
Oh, National Night Out is August 1st.
August 1st.
Yeah, starting from 5:30, it goes to 8:30 on Beach Avenue in front of Convention Hall.
And I did tell council that we didn't need to move the 3 o'clock meeting because we'd be fine to get to the 5:30. So
Really?
we'll work on that. We'll work on that next week.
After a marathon
Yeah.
meeting?
That's hopeful.
Yes. And council members, Deputy Mayor Baldwin?
I just have one update. You charged me with the task force for the existing library to look at repurposing that building. We've received an awful lot of feedback from the public that was put out on a survey. Casey Radigan at Convention Hall, she's been very instrumental in compiling all of that information and providing information as far as how her staff can possibly look at some of these staffing issues and how that can be repurposed. Mary Notch is here in the audience now. She was on the task force. I also want to thank Dan Magarall, Rick Lundholm, Ronnie Cohen, and Christine DiDonato. And just to let you know that we're probably going to come with not the first meeting in August, maybe the second meeting in August, come and provide an update as far as what the recommendations are.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember McDade?
Just very quickly, I got some information on the Jitney service numbers, and so not to go into too much detail, but I would say from about mid-June, the weekend numbers started to pick up. By the end of June to the 25th, around the 25th of June, that's when we really saw an increase. And then the numbers in July are looking like we're at about averaging about 195 per day now, compared to all of July last year when the average was about 277. So, but the positive feedback from all of the people using it, the brochure has been really helpful in the fact that it was distributed to the hotels. They said was instrumental. Positive feedback from the Poverty Beach, Wilmington Avenue area, feeling very good about the fact that the service has been extended. But Mr. Walker from the Jitney service basically said they're really seeing the volume up, and even they feel that it will probably be pre-COVID numbers by the time we get through to the end of the season. Yeah, so just brief update. We're still waiting on the larger signs. Hopefully, they've been ordered. They're in production, maybe by Labor Day.
Perfect.
Just in time.
Well, and the signs that are there are already larger than.
Yes, well,
Good.
no, yeah,
Little better.
but we'll be able to keep these.
Yes.
They'll be ours.
Councilmember Meyer?
I just want to say that we got a lot of work done today, and I think we worked well together.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree. Councilmember Yeager?
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I have nothing, so thank you. With that, we'll open it up for a public portion. Anyone wishing to speak, please come to the microphone.
Good evening again. Chris Becerra, 228 Windsor Avenue. I'll try to make this quick. I know you guys have been up there for a while. There were two things I wanted to discuss. One, I wanted to bring to the attention, several weeks ago, maybe a month ago, there was an issue on social media that is typical regarding the construction department. And I think it's a microcosm of a larger issue that this council is aware of, the council was aware of when I was up there, council prior was aware of it, and that's basically that the construction department, not to take the employees are great, they're knowledgeable, they know exactly what they're doing, they know how to handle things. However, the process needs to be streamlined. There is no single point of contact for the public. They don't know they need to talk to Lou. If they need, I see Paul laughing over here because, well, it's funny. I was going to mention Paul real quick and welcome Paul, but he has a city engineer shirt on, so I was kind of wondering about that because he was brought on to be a kind of spearhead the construction department, to my knowledge. So the engineering shirt threw me off a little bit, but I know he's wearing multiple hats. But this issue was, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, but it basically had to do with a contractor who was told they can't do something which they thought was an emergency thing on a replacement product on a house. And it's because they were told HPC stopped them, and I got involved, and HPC absolutely did not stop them. It was, then it was a floodplain, but it wasn't a floodplain. Then it was construction, it wasn't construction. It was a combination of misinformation both on the applicant's part and the department's part. And I think a big issue with it is that there is not one single point of contact for the public, for the construction office. And I think this comes at a great time when the HPC just spent a lot of time and effort putting together new design standards. And part of that design standards is a very thorough flow chart of what you do and don't do, who you talk to, who you don't talk to, what is proper, what isn't proper. And I think the construction department lacks that. And again, I don't hold that against anybody in that department. I don't hold it against any employee. I just think it's been an ongoing issue for years and years. If you talk to any contractor, they'll tell you the same thing. It's a nightmare. From a real estate aspect, it's a nightmare. It's, and if I have seasoned contractors that I work with as a real estate broker that still don't understand the exact process of what to do and when to do it, I have no idea how a new buyer in this town is going to go submit permits for something if a seasoned contractor can't. So I would like to charge council. I know that it's been brought up before, but I really would like to see something. Maybe, Paul, that's where you can help. But, I don't think the public should have to talk to Bruce and then Lou and then Karen and then Megan. I mean, there should be one gatekeeper, and they should be very well versed in flood and construction and zoning. And I don't have to keep going because I see all of you guys nodding your head because you guys all know. So if you know, let's make it a priority. Let's work on it because it only better serves the public to have that department streamlined, and it's been long overdue to have that done. So that was my only comment on that. The other thing real quick, I know Maureen will shake her head yes because I gave her a call, but I'm wondering if anybody else was aware of the $5 million award that the city of Haddonfield was given for the police station last week. And it boggles my mind. I saw the news story, and it disheartened me a little bit because in watching the news story, first of all, to read from the press release, state and local officials were on hand Tuesday to celebrate a line item in 2023 New Jersey state budget that will provide a $5 million in direct municipal aid for a new Haddonfield Police Department facility. First of all, a direct line item in a state budget for municipal aid is unheard of. So how they got it, I questioned that. I was wondering how they got that, because that's not something that's typically done by the state. And in speaking about it, the mayor of Haddonfield stated that she worked to secure the funds for the project during the New Jersey state budget, working with, sought federal aid, appealing to the office of U.S. Senator Cory Booker, U.S. Congressman Donald Norcross, as well as the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So it shows me that she was proactive in trying to get that grant. She got that grant by telling the state basically that they had overwhelming environmental, accessibility, and technical concerns. Now, if you took the city of Haddonfield out of that paragraph, you would think we were talking about Cape May. I know Chief Fashaw would say the same thing. We've had mold issues in the police department. We have technical issues. We have accessibility issues. And I know that this council is working very hard to build a new police station. And this was done in conjunction with the city of Haddonfield spending $2.6 million. They approved a bond to acquire a former Bank of America branch. So the city paid for the building or for the land, and the state is paying the $5 million towards building that building. So I can only imagine what kind of help that would be on a budget, which I know the mayor is very proud of saying had a 0-cent increase for ever since he's been in office. But that $5 million shouldn't be go unnoticed, and I'd like to see Cape May try to fight for those funds just as much as Haddonfield did, because I feel like Haddonfield didn't get those funds passively. They were aggressively seeking them. I'd like to see the city of Cape May do the same for our police station. Thank you.
We agreed. Thank you. Yeah.
Peter Cole, 1075 Michigan Avenue, I think. 25 points to bring up tonight. Oh, I'm kidding you. The ordinance that was pulled, 506/2023, I was very puzzled by that ordinance insofar as it seemed to cover the lots on Elmira Street, and then it just branched into many other different things. I couldn't understand it. So I don't understand it right now, but could you tell me why was it pulled?
So that ordinance contains basically a kaleidoscope of recommendations that were in the master plan from 2019.
Right.
And what the planning board did, there's more besides those that are in that ordinance. What they did is pull the ones that they thought were the most straightforward out of the recommendations.
The low-hanging fruit that they were talking
right.
about on the
So
plan.
they pulled out the ones that they've, I guess, viewed as low-hanging fruit and put them in the form of a list, a summary. And that's what's attached to that ordinance.
Okay.
So
I saw the summary, yeah.
Okay. So
still didn't get it.
Well, it's all over the place because the master plan is covering the entire town. So
how would the council be able to vote on something like that if it's all over the place?
Well, because you go to each page and it's telling you what it's doing. For instance, Elmira, there's 2 lots that are recommended to be not in the commercial district, but recognize that it's adjacent.
Well, I can understand them voting on that because they were changed from commercial to residential.
Right. And
by the way, the planning board had a lot of difficulty even finding those lots. In the conversation that they had, some of their members failed to know where they were.
Okay. Well, but that's they were sent over as a list of low-hanging fruit for council's consideration, and council could go by line item and say, you know what, we're only doing one of the 12 or whatever it is. But those are the ones that were sent over, and each one stands on its own as a recommendation that was in the master plan. So the reason that they tabled it tonight was because members of the public on Yacht Avenue, which is in the R5, had some legitimate questions about, well, how's this going to impact the R5? And because these did not come from people at this table, they came from a master plan reexamination report and discussions at the planning board. It's important that the new city engineer and everybody that is voting on this understands what it is that they're doing. We think we have a grip on that, but in order to get clarification and confirm that, and whether that's a good idea in 2023, based on a 2019 master plan report, is what I think council voted on tonight to say, let's take a time out. Let's make sure that's the right thing for the R5, and what we intend to do is what we actually do.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I
Okay.
think it does. But
I've been accused of legalese tonight, so I'm trying to limit it.
I think you're doing very well. I take it on from there that the discussion at the planning board covered the lots, but it didn't cover anything else. No. the discussion at the planning board. So when they came up with their resolution, the only thing that was discussed was basically the Almara lots.
Probably the reason for that, Peter, is the master plan called for 2 lots to be included in the residential zone.
And they had 3.
And the recommendations that came from the planning board, they said there's 2 in the master plan, but oh, by the way, we should add this 3rd one, which wasn't in the report. So, and what that does is, if you do add that 3rd lot in there that wasn't in the master plan report, it opens up the city to having to do this notice thing that is going to, it's just expensive money and time and probably confusion too, that we wanted to avoid and just keep it simple and stick to the master plan. So that's probably what they were talking about is, hey, council didn't want to do the 3 that we sent over. We said, no, we'll consider the 2 that are already in the report so we don't have to get even more confusing about it.
I'd like to reiterate something that that Mike Bowles said earlier, and that is that he was worried in the presentation to the on behalf of the was he a policeman or was he a fire person who got the presentation today? I wasn't sure. Sorry? Fire. Mike Bowles was worried about the spread of fire in this town. I just think that he made a very valid point, and I think that the planning board and any other boards that are involved with coding, they should be careful about the setbacks in this town and be careful of how close we are getting. I think that was part of the discussion because around Yacht Avenue there's the very close building of many houses down there, very close together, and I think it's something that we should be concerned about.
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wanted to bring up the Stacy, Columbia Avenue. The liquor store, Kyer's Liquor Store, there's now 3 stop signs there that are going to cause accidents. Somebody's going to get rear-ended because now when you go right, there's a stop sign, in case you didn't know that. And it's backing up traffic all the way up Perry Street.
I believe they were just removed.
No,
I talked to the county engineer today, and some of them were temporary based on the construction, and they're waiting for the permanent signs to come up. The permanent signs were installed, and their public works department just didn't come pull some of the temporary ones. So they should be.
What's going to be the permanent ones? Because there shouldn't be any stop sign.
I think it's going to go back to the way it was. I think that 3rd one out there is just because it was temporary and just.
Yeah, thanks for the quick response. But it was just getting so confusing over there.
Absolutely. Crazy.
And also, when you were talking about Elmira Street and the parking, that do not park thing was only added for that construction that was going on at the Atlantic City, or at the power plant. That's why there's no parking there. Before, there used to be parking that whole street on that side. So it was only added since the construction on Elmira. Yeah. They only added no parking because of the construction that was going on there. There used to be parking the entire street.
That's true, you did.
I don't remember that for a while. I mean, if you look at the paint's been there for a while. It's a triangle paint line.
I think it was just added because of the construction.
When you got to the creek.
Right.
Yeah, but right behind that, past the Morrows, past all of that, that was all parking. The only parking that we should have removed is just at the T part of Venice.
Mm-hmm. Right. I just want to back you up there with that. Why? Because you're like, there was parking there. And there, yeah, and there's actually a parking spot at that T. There's actually one spot, and then it says no parking. So they're going to have to take away that one spot there.
Okay, we'll clarify.
I went for a couple drive-through it a couple times.
So we can change it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then my other question has to do with Ordinance 506. On page 13, when it talks about setback lines, I'm a little concerned about this because how I'm reading it is that we're now allowing buildings to be built closer to the sides and also front and back. So, and I'm giving an example. Say there's a 3-foot setback, which is 36 inches. We're now saying it's not the overhang of 18 inches, it's going to be the wall. Well, that person's just going to make that wall up until that, and then they're going to have that up to the 3-foot part, and then they're going to have the overhang another 18 inches. So now they've just increased on both sides, you just increased the width of that house by 3 feet that are now that much closer to the neighbors on either side. So we have to be careful that we're not, it might be, oh, it's just an eave, but these builders are not going to go by now you're not going to include the eave. They're going to make that wall right to that property line or that setback line, and then that eave is going to go further. And then it comes down to the 5 feet in the front for steps. You're now allowing buildings to be built closer to the street. The steps should be included. If you don't include the steps, then they're going to make that porch come out, and then those steps are going to be 5 feet forward.
So I think because there seems to be so much confusion about the, I'll call it the bits and bobbles of everything that got thrown into 506 from the master plan, it seems that there's a lot in this ordinance that requires more clarification. And I think it would be benefit us as well as the public if Craig could give us a detailed explanation as to why these changes are being recommended and incorporated into this ordinance, because it's a lot of detail. And unless you want to go back and read through the 257 pages of the master plan and the recommendations that were done at that time, it's very hard for all of us to kind of follow it as well as answer to the public on it.
The only way to understand this stuff is through examples. Because
Perhaps he can give us some examples.
And that's,
Yeah.
I think it's a good suggestion, because, okay, well, what about this and what about that? That's how we come to understand these things in practice, so.
Just to go to the eaves, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but I believe that suggestion came from HPC, because they're getting so many of these houses that they were going to maximize it. They were going to go to the edge of each. They weren't going to not do that. And then there wouldn't be an eave. It would be a monopoly house that HPC hates, where it's wall and roof. And HPC wants to see some architecture, look at any of the buildings on the sides here, and you'll see the soffits are 24 inches.
I understand, but you're actually increasing density by increasing a new construction. I'm talking about new construction. They're now going to go,
I don't disagree with you. I'm only providing the reason it was recommended. That's all.
But the eve issue really is, the ordinance already allowed eaves and different projections. It's only providing a distance. And what happens is, and as the mayor said, the architects, instead of, a typical eve is 18 inches. And you'll see in most ordinances around in Cape May County, a typical eve projection, 18 inches, is allowed by ordinance. Your ordinance already allows these. But what happens is the zoning officer doesn't have a number to what an eve is. So an architect can submit, hey, I got a 12-inch eve, got an 18-inch eve. And architects get, because of some of the different projections, they've been getting larger, where they're putting in 24 and 36-inch eaves. And then that's the problem of needing to have some specificity on what the number is. So the planning board made a recommendation, say, hey, a typical eve is 18 inches. That's what you're allowed. But if you're going to come in and say, I'm going to put a 24-inch eve or a 36-inch eve, or my bay window is going to be more than 18 inches and it's going to come out, well, then now we're going to count it as part of your building. And so that's the appropriate way to do it.
Right.
So that's.
And Stacy, as you know from the planning board or zoning board, this doesn't get rid of all the density limitations that we have in the code. So people are still going to have to comply with lot coverage.
Yeah, but you're allowing the building to get that much closer to the property line, and that was my concern. Because of the fact there's some people that came up to me and said that they actually know this house where the eaves drain on the neighbor's property because of where it is. But I also have on here that 5 feet projection of the steps into the front. That's going to allow.
That would need some clarification.
Okay.
But the 18-inch eve, that's a standard.
Okay, I just know they were, I think at one point they were including that, the eve. But whatever clarification we can get is fine with me.
No, they would not even before this amendment, they would allow an eve, but there's no number for an eve. So you could essentially have an eve that's 36 inches, and the zoning office would have to allow a 36-inch eve.
Okay.
Because it says eaves, and an eve is an eve.
Eve, right. Okay.
By definition. So it is actually reducing the setback and actually providing protection for homeowners.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And if I may, on anyone with questions on 506? 506, I'd ask you to submit them because we'd be happy to answer them. We tabled it because we want answers as well. So if you have any questions on 506 especially, submit them, and let's see if we can get them answered. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to make mine short, because I was going to address what Stacy did about the 3 stop signs on Lafayette Street. But I actually wanted to talk to Mr. Vold, because I see he left. I don't know whether or not anyone's been down to the mall recently, but I know the HPC, because I talked to Mr. Copeland tonight, he was not aware of it, that Uncle Charlie's there, the ice cream store at the end of the mall, has now put out 2 large, they're probably about 18 inches long, of ice cream cones that are out decorative on the outside of the building. I don't know if that's according to code and whether or not that was, approached by the HPC. But on top of that, they've also moved a couch that I understand was inside the building. It's about 6 feet long, looks like an ice cream sundae, which is very colorful and very, I'm sure it's going to be a lot of pictures taken on there with children. But the mall is part of the historical district, and this has not gone through the HPC. And I don't know who gave them permission to do it, or it's like, and this only appeared a week ago. And so this is something new. And I wanted to ask Mr. Vold whether or not he went ahead and approved it because of being a business district, like he did with the lights that then go through the HPC. So that's my complaint for tonight.
We'll take a look.
And I'm sticking to it.
Thank you for the scoop.
Thanks.
For the scoop. Good.
Jules Rouse, 1010 New York Avenue, and I'll be quick, too. I'd first like to make the comment about the arches. That's the biggest project that's come before the city since Convention Hall. Those of you who were around at that time know there were meetings upon meetings, examples. They spent a great deal of time informing the public as to what they wanted to do and what were the alternatives. The success of that was as a result of the people having the right to vote what they wanted. The people made the decision. I think the same procedure should follow with the arches. That is a major consideration, a major change in the town. And as far as undergrounding electric, I'm very familiar with that. They did it in our town in Florida, and they just undergrounded 12 miles of highway. Not cheap, but it solved the purpose. I don't ever recall, and I would love to be corrected, that this council voted unanimously or by majority, to vote to replace the desal plant with a brand-new plant. Could I please be corrected? Did you do it or did you not?
On council at the time that the original, and that's not to, I was sitting in the audience and heard it. I can't say I recall what the council vote was.
No, the answer is there hasn't been a vote. We've hired an engineer. The engineer's making those designs. The designs aren't finished, but when they are finished, they're going to be presented to us with alternatives, and we.
But the question is, Mr. Mayor, did City Council vote to take as the direction for the desal to build a brand-new plant as opposed to any other alternative?
No, but we've received multiple presentations where professionals have told us it doesn't fit in the existing plant. It doesn't fit. And you walk in there, and it doesn't take a engineer to recognize that it doesn't. You get the dimensions of what modern facilities need, and it doesn't fit that area. I mean, every one of us would love to save any money that we can to do it, but
not to interrupt you, Mr. Mayor, you did answer my question. There was no vote taken.
There was not, and there has not been a vote to do it either.
That was going to be my next question. Is there a vote to actually replace the? Okay, so we're still in what I'll call the evaluation stage?
Correct.
Because from a taxing standpoint, we need to have some significant information that we do not have available so the taxpayers know what it is that they're going to be receiving.
We're not going to be building a water department in secret, I promise you that.
All right.
No.
Did the council agree to the resolution that was going up and down the coast opposing windmills? I know at one point it was decided. Did that letter go in approving it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to comment just quickly about M-Trac's comments here today. In 2016, we had a very significant committee that involved 4 owners of restaurants representing the 7 largest restaurants in the city, and we spoke about parking very actively. Our solicitor attended every meeting. We had about 20 members on the committee. It was very active. What all came down to was those people who have not provided for parking space are going to have to come forward and provide some form of compensation for the spaces that they have not provided. What we did not decide at that time in 2016 was to address the issue of the beginning of the conversion of houses from a single-family home to what I call a multiple occupancy business, where you have multiple people occupying houses. And I'll give you as a good example, 933 Beach, which has been before this community for some time. They advertise, and for rent by owner, they have 51 available occupancies, or occupancy for 51 people. Now, if you look at the number of parking spaces that they have, the number that they're actually there, because they've used some of them for bicycles, I would guess from what I've seen so far, every day there has to be at least 5 to 7, 8 cars have to park somewhere else. Didn't happen before. At the corner of, I believe it's on Madison Avenue, they advertised 20 occupancy, 21 people. It was a single-family home for many years. We need to address the issue that if you do not provide the number of parking spaces, you're going to have to pay into the fund. And that fund, the parking trust, was initially developed as a result of so many bed and breakfasts coming into town, and there was a charge against them if they wanted to go to bed and breakfast. That's how that $5,000 fee came around. Let's see. Do we know what our fireworks cost? I'm just kind of curious. I thought that bill might be in.
I can't remember offhand.
But that was a city expense.
No, not entirely. Cape Resorts does pay a portion of that.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Motion to adjourn? All right. Time is now 7:21. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
Taylor pork roll.